education. And essentially, I think members have been on a right to learn campaign of their own as we try and assist, our constituents with trying to confirm their spaces in various institutions of higher learning. And as well as regarding to, NSFAS related matters, I think members from all parties in this committee have been trying to help with that regard. So we have been back at work. This just marks, I guess, our first sit down, parliamentary committee meeting. I just want to then also just acknowledge that, acknowledge our colleagues, the colleagues who stream these meetings on various platforms, the colleagues from IT who put these, who create these platforms and organize these platforms in order for us to be able to meet as parliamentary committees. I think we sometimes don't acknowledge how much work goes on in the background in ensuring that these meetings are able to sit. So I want to acknowledge those colleagues. I want to also acknowledge, we hope that colleagues were able to have a wholesome holiday season where they were able to rest and be with their family members. I think with the work that we do, so often I think we miss out on opportunities to be there for our family, for our loved ones, and generally our family members. So I hope we were able to do that, and I really hope we were all safe. And to those of you who may have lost loved ones or may have gone through any difficulties during that period, we really send our heartfelt condolences and sympathies to yourselves. Colleagues, having said that, I'd like us to just focus on today's committee meeting. And basically the agenda for today will look into, firstly, the first part of it will look into a briefing by the DSI on the progress and developments regarding the science and technology innovation Decadal Plan, with a focus on budget coordination mechanism and commitments to Decadal Plan actions by both public and private stakeholders. DG, well, we do listen as a committee and we do follow through. If we say we're going to commit ourselves to something, we commit ourselves to it. I think DG has expressed on numerous occasions the importance for us to look at how we can bring life to the Decadal Plan through better budget coordination mechanisms, as well as just, where departments must earmark funds to ensure that we put science and innovation in the center of government programs. But then in the second part of our meeting, we'll look into a briefing by the Academy of Science of South Africa, ASSAf, on evaluation of alternative telecommunication technologies for Karoo Central Astronomy Advantage Area Report. And then the last part, we'll look at a briefing by Sarao on protection of radio astronomy through the Astronomy Geographic Advantage Act in response to the ASSAf study on alternative communication. So basically, if colleagues would note, we are almost continuing the conversation that would have begun in the second leg of our oversight week, as we looked from Wednesday to Friday, as we looked into the work that's being done by SAO and Sarao. So it's basically a continuation of that. And I think it's without a doubt, Minister, that members being able to physically go to these locations has really broadened our understanding of these concepts and of these programs. And so what you must know, and DG Mjwaha, is that we will now be able to, hold you to account even more greatly as we know exactly what we're talking about. And, I really hope that some members who were not able to go will make time on their own to go and visit these sites, because honestly, Minister, this is an amazing story to tell about South Africa. Even Salt Blackie University was an amazing story to tell. And I think, as we speak about just these two departments, coming together, when we were at SAO, we spoke a lot about a succession plan that needs to be brought forth. As we see the NRF through SAO investing into education, basic education in the surrounding area of Sutherland, and us raising the importance of various departments, basic education, the Northern Cape provincial departments coming together to support whatever investments that the NRF or the DSI through the NRF and SAO are putting into that, so that we can see that whatever investments in basic education in the surrounding community be able to allow young people who can then go into the university program, who can, and if Soplaki, for example, were to be the ones that develop the type of, noting that Soplaki is a new university, they have the space to develop qualifications that are centered around some of the needs that we may need for astronomy in South Africa. And these young people from the same province can then come back and work and further their research, for example, with either Sarau or SAO, and then even become those who work at those particular sites. So I think, what that oversight visit has been able to do is make us understand, firstly, the importance of the Decadal Plan, and how it really speaks to the centralization of science and innovation across departments, but how all of this it's one great full cycle. It's an ecosystem. None of these particular departments, initiatives, elements of what we're trying to do exist in isolation. And so we look forward to the presentation that we'll receive tomorrow as they link back to the work we were doing last week. Minister, I'll then hand over to yourself for any opening remarks, and then to lead us into the presentations that will be brought forth by DG and his team. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Nompendulo Mkhatshwa, the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, our DG, Department of Science and Innovation, Dr. Philip Joacha, the DDGs present, as well as my special advisors, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by taking this opportunity to greet all members of the Portfolio Committee and to thank you for inviting us to come and brief the committee on our ongoing work for the finalization of the Decadal Plan. Let me also say right from the start, take this opportunity to wish you, all members of the Portfolio Committee, a happy 2022, and let's hope that it's going to be a better year, and wishing you all to keep on keeping safe, Chair and honorable members, and also to congratulate you on your oversight visit. I am very happy that you managed to go to Soplaki University and the SKA, because those two things are just a classic example of what this government has actually done to advance both higher education and science and innovation. I'm very glad that you managed to go and see that for yourselves. Perhaps before I start or go any further with my introductory remarks, let me just briefly start by reminding the committee that the Decadal Plan covers 2021 to 2031 and is the implementation plan for South Africa's new white paper on science, technology, and innovation. The plan, just to remind ourselves, Chair, seeks to achieve 5 system goals. Firstly, to ensure that South Africa becomes a more enabling environment for innovation. And this is about translating research outputs into new products and services. Secondly, it aims to expand and future-proof South Africa's human capabilities. Thirdly, it aims to expand and transform our research system. And fourthly, aims to build a more inclusive and coordinated national system of innovation. And lastly, it aims to find ways to increase funding and making that process more efficient. And this includes expanding strategic international cooperation, which are crucial, especially for our universities and our science councils, as well as monitoring, evaluation, and policy learning. Now, with that, I think then it is important, Chair and honorable members, to just remind ourselves on our most recent briefing to this portfolio committee, which on the Decadal Plan, which was on the 1st of June last year. At that time, we had reported on the following, that the Decadal Plan was approved by Cabinet, and that Cabinet specifically approved these main two things. Firstly, the broad direction and thrust of the 2021 draft Decadal Plan on Science, Technology and Innovation 2021 to 2031 for further consultation with business, academia, civil society, and NEDLAC. The second thing that was approved by the Cabinet was that I, as Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, will be engaging my Cabinet counterparts on the establishment of an IMC on Science, Technology and Innovation, co-funding for the Decadal Plan priorities and an innovation compact for South Africa. The DG will highlight this. We have already had a highly successful inaugural meeting of the Inter-Ministerial Committee on the Decadal Plan. Now, coming to the purpose of our presentation today, let me just say that our ongoing work in relation to the finalization and implementation of the Decadal Plan includes the following: reviewing of the new strategic management model, which had been guiding us thus far, renewal and strengthening of the National Advisory Council on Innovation, NACI, a National Treasury and DSI task team to work out the details of integrating a science and technology innovation budget coordination mechanism into government budgeting via the medium-term expenditure framework, a very important matter. The DG will talk more on this. Also, finalization of the report of the Ministerial Review Committee on the Higher Education, Science, Technology and Innovation institutional landscape for integration into the final Decadal Plan. This report must be integrated into the Decadal Plan because it's got fairly significant recommendations it is making about our STI landscape and its institutions. And then lastly, preparations for the inaugural meetings of the Science, Technology, Innovation, IMC, and the Presidential Plenary. In his presentation, therefore, today, Chair, the DG will reflect on the following: feedback on progress with the budget coordination mechanism, feedback from the inaugural meeting of the IMC, as I have already said, on science and innovation. It was a very important meeting. And then also, DG will brief you on steps in the finalization of the Decadal Plan document and implementation activities. Chair, we are here very excited that we are bringing this matter to the Portfolio Committee. It's one of our most important platforms and instrument to drive our main goals forward in science, technology, and innovation, and also the goals of transformation. It's one of our most important activities in translating the white paper into reality. And we are very pleased and excited about this. So with your permission, Chair, then, may I just request the DG to take us through the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Over to you, DG.
Yes, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee. Again, my sincere apologies that I could not accompany you to the Northern Cape, but I hope you are well looked after by the DSI team. And hope I'll be able to share very quickly and hopefully you can see the slides.
The presentation is clear on our side, DG.
Okay, thank you very, very, very much again, Honorable Chair. So what we would like to share with you is perhaps some of the bullet points. We are recapping what we had shared with you before. The philosophy underlying the Decadal Plan, we'll quickly go through that. And then we would also just like to also re-emphasize the need to adapt to rapid technological change, and we will give you the motivation why it is important for any country in particular and any society to adapt to changes that would affect society for decades the way we see it. And then we'd like to share with you the STI priorities and the societal grand challenges that we would like to use to drive higher socioeconomic impact of the Decadal Plan. And then how are we wanting to do things differently in order to achieve this philosophy of the Decadal Plan. We will talk about the Science and Innovation Inter-Ministerial Committee, which the minister referred to, what happened and what we were given as the marching orders out of that meeting, the Innovation Compact, its intentions, the new strategic management model and the budget coordination where we are, and how we propose that these instruments be the levers that could help us working with other government departments to implement the Decadal Plan. We will then take you through the progress that has been done, feedback from the inaugural meeting, and where to from here. So again, we'd like to emphasize that the white paper signaled the need to have a focus on building the national system of innovation, but also to look at ways in which we can derive maximum impact from investment made in the national system of innovation to help address the challenges in South Africa. We are of the opinion that the South African system of innovation has pockets of excellence, and so the intention is to continue with the development of those pockets of excellence and make them even bigger, support institutions and develop research capacity and high-end skills, which are extremely important. The social sciences, we will be working with them and bring them into some of these priorities, because any of the technological advances, if they don't address social problems and we get insights from the social sciences and humanities, we think we will not go far because the complexity of the challenging facing South Africa and the world need the insights from the social science and humanities. And then, of course, we would like to focus on a number of transitions which we are seeing in health, education, and energy. And we will be giving you some examples of how we would like to do this. So we hope that the thesis is that we need to adapt to this rapid technological change. And this, of course, was clearly in the naming of the white paper, which says science, technology, and innovation to enable inclusive development, South African development in a world that we know is going to constantly be changing, and therefore developing tools to learn how to address this change is going to be extremely important. Here we just want to give you two examples of the work that is currently being done. It's adapted from the Gilles 2005 work, where he is looking at the interface between the technical evolution of or for mobility and society. And what do you see here is that we are going to see changes in the way we move as society. The market and user practices are going to slightly change. The industry structure will change. Maintenance and distribution network will change. Regulation and policies will change. Fuel infrastructure and vehicles themselves. So if you do not start to anticipate what South Africa's, for instance, auto industry has to do to adapt to these changes, then you will find yourself in a situation where certain sectors will shed jobs. societies will find themselves in distress, and therefore it is extremely important to anticipate what these changes are. And the next slide tries to give a sense of how these things happen. So what you see on the left-hand side is a regime with the red octagon, I think it's called. And you can see culture, science, market user preferences that exist. However, what happens in society is that you get certain external influences on certain issues, and these start to create, if you like, small networks of actors that support novelties on the basis of expectations and visions. Just to give you a practical example of what this means, we already know that in the motor industry, because of the huge pressure of the greenhouse gas emissions that the cars put on the atmosphere, we have seen some shifts where some companies are focusing on hybrid engines to reduce CO2 emissions. We are seeing huge legislative environment in Europe where they have already indicated that they will phase out some of the internal combustion engines, the petrol and the diesel engines. And what this means is, therefore, in the auto sector, you are already having changes in the way that that sector would look like. So if you recall what I have said in the previous slide, people argue, for instance, that if you look at the electric vehicle, you only need to change brake pads on the electric vehicle, and very little of the components of the motor need to be changed. So your whole service industry and the revenues that come from after-sales service is going to change. We're seeing the start of the electric vehicle, some totally electric. What does this mean for this sector? In South Africa, what does it mean for the small SMMEs that are suppliers to the auto industry? So when these changes happen, as you can see in the middle, these landscape developments put pressure on existing regime, which opens up and creating windows of opportunities for novelties. So it is our ability to look, therefore, at how society and these technical dynamical systems that are changing, how do we take advantage of that so that in the new regime that you see on the right-hand side, we are able to make sure that the society is not left behind and the country doesn't get left behind. So I will not go through this slide, but this is a very, very important slide that shows that if you look at artificial intelligence, for instance, the impact that it will have on a number of sectors, the workplace, hospitality, media, gaming, education, retail, transport, is something that if we don't invest now and work with the sectors that will be affected by the coming of artificial intelligence, we will be completely left behind. And we will already find ourselves in a situation which has already started to impact society in South Africa. I was elected Honorable Chair and Minister just to bring this into reality by one of the Vice Chancellors, that when we grew up, maybe not all of you would know this, you used to have somebody who, when you get into the lift, would control the lift up and down. Now you don't have those people anymore. If you look at the banking sector, I don't know how many of us have been inside the bank recently. And in fact, in South Africa, we had a number of banks announcing staff reduction last year because a lot of transactions and a lot of activities that we used to do by going to the bank, they are not there anymore. So this will continue to affect society and therefore the need to adopt this change. So what are the priorities that we have identified? The National Advisory Council on Innovation conducted foresight studies, and it identified these priorities: climate change and the circular economy, education for the future, future of society, ICTs and smart systems, high-tech industrialization, nutrition, water, health, and sustainable energy. So we think that we're going to concentrate our efforts and resources towards these areas, but that does not mean that the other areas are not going to be important. But we think that to move the NSI towards higher socioeconomic contribution, we will then concentrate on these sectors. So on climate change and sustainability, we will be looking at things such as biodiversity loss, waste, pollution, technologies for circular economy and soil erosion, amongst others. We'll be looking at the future-proof education and skills, as we have indicated. Artificial intelligence and those socio-technical systems require us to start thinking about new curriculum, STI for education and skills development, and the role of ICTs, the future of society, and how do we prepare the society that will be impacted by these technologies, whether they are artificial intelligence and the ethics thereof, social impact of science, trust, national identity, globalization, and so forth. And this societal grand challenge would focus on understanding that and what we need to do as a country to prepare ourselves. Innovation for healthy population, huge shifts that are happening in the health area, and we have started to have one or two areas of focus as a country on pandemics, on vaccine work, and make sure that we have the capabilities to address this. In the energy sector, we have made some huge investments that we think can assist in the just transition in South Africa. And then we have also identified the need to modernize some of the matured industries, such as mining, agriculture, and manufacturing. And then we want to continue to invest in exploiting new sources of growth, especially in the ICTs and the circular economy, as we have identified. So this is just to give you a bit more meat on the areas that the NACI foresight study proposed. How are we going to govern these priorities? We hope to have a multidisciplinary management structure comprising of government, industry, academia, and civil society to then look at these technologies and how they will impact in society and how we think we need to proceed going forward. Of course, the guidance would come from the IMC, and then we hope to work in synergy with existing structures. For an example, there's a presidential commission on climate change, and we don't want to replicate what they do, but would like to bring in the science, technology, and innovation dimension to the work of how we should approach this, and then work with line departments to lead on the developments of the sector strategies, and we will be supporting them on a number of master plans that they have started to develop by having research development and innovation dimension to these, and then we hope to work with our entities across government as appropriate in the governance and the implementation. We are also developing these research development and innovation plans, which can also guide the indicators that NACI would be finalizing in order to monitor the progress we are making on the plan. I think we showed this slide before as an example of what would a research development and innovation plan look like. This one is the one that supports agriculture. You can see that the objectives are clearly indicated in terms of what are the challenges that the agricultural sector could face: climate change, security of supply, green economy solutions, the need for the sector to be agile, food security, nutrition, hidden hunger, as we have indicated. And as a department, we have looked at how can innovation drive economic growth and socioeconomic development. And on the left-hand side, these are a series of interventions over time that we have been investing in, whether it's on animal improvement, molecular breeding, and genomic engineering, or on the crop and plant improvement. the small-scale farmer technology diffusion activities, digital agriculture, looking at new value chains such as sorghum, canola, dryland rice, and cassava, for an example. And then in the middle, you can see a set of outputs that we are negotiating with our colleagues from agriculture, support new and emerging farmers to become commercial, bioinnovation in support of food and nutrition, make sure that we have the high-end skills that are needed to modernize the sector, and then a range of digital economy interventions that we have already started to develop and work with them on. And then these are impacts that we hope to achieve in the next couple of years. So that's on the priorities, the philosophy of the Decadal Plan. Now, we said that we need to probably look at the governance of the NSI differently. So we've already highlighted that there's a Science and Innovation Inter-Ministerial committee that looks at how government can work together to drive innovation. We hope that we will have society and a plenary that the presidency would be convening soon. And then hopefully that would have an innovation compact on innovation enabling programs that have to be funded and implemented collectively across departmental boundaries in the private sector. And as I've indicated, we need a budget coordination and role clarification if we have to achieve this. So I will be giving you some details on this and how we are making progress. So on the Presidential Science and Innovation Plenary, the aim is to bring together government, business, academia, civil society in an annual meeting. And the idea is to recommend a high-level whole society STI agenda, reflect on progress with large and high-profile science, technology, and innovation programs and recommended actions, and joint commitment to funding the programs. The IMC is to create an enabling environment for innovation via a compact to drive coordination. We'll set high-level agenda for STI across government, approve decadal implementation plans and cross-departmental RDI plans, pool funding to support the strategies of STI and monitor the performance. And we will have a role working with NECI to provide the secretariat, get the inputs from line departments, institutionalize M&E and foresight, and then develop an investment framework. We've also proposed an innovation compact whose purpose is to ensure policy coherence and certainty related to innovation, the absence of which negatively impacts on business and foreign investment in South Africa, ensuring synergy among rather than the duplication of initiatives and incentives, which waste resources and negatively influence the contribution of innovation to address the priorities, ensuring commitment from relevant actors to work together to enhance innovation performance, and therefore also pooling their resources in order to drive the socio-economic impact. Specifically targeted education and skills to support innovation to be part of the compact, arrest IP leakage from publicly funded research development through increased support for commercialization, a very important challenge within the system. Public procurement of locally developed technologies. We are of the opinion that there are a number of technologies developed from our NSI institutions that should be publicly procured to enhance service delivery and performance of some of the sectors rather than importing all the time, improving the capabilities across government to support innovation, as well as to increase the spatial footprint of innovation in South Africa in line with the district development model. We have a big program where we're working with our entities under the guidance of ASSAf on how the National System of Innovation can support the district development model. We hope that we need to look at the AI strategy and the ethics associated with that. And this work has started, of course, with the support of ourselves at UNESCO. We did promise the committee that will talk about the budget coordination. So just to give you some background, Cabinet on the 15th of Feb 2017 approved the introduction of a process for the coordination of the government budget for STI activities. So the budget coordination STI is a mechanism to improve allocation of funds for science, technology, and innovation. The funds cut across all spheres of government to assist departments to implement their STI programs. And in fact, every year we produce a document which is called Science Technology Activities Report that provides a sense of how different government departments are spending on science, technology, and innovation. So we'll use that report on an ongoing basis to look at whether we are funding enough to improve the productivity and competitiveness of key sectors of the South African economy and to contributing to higher GDP growth rates overall. This is going to be the elephant in the room. How do other government departments work with the National System of Innovation and use investments in science, technology, and innovation to improve productivity? National funding would be used for research, development, and innovation plans, such as the one I showed for agriculture, to support societal grant challenges, but also to support provincial growth and development strategies, and also to identify pilots that would support innovation for local economic development. And we hope that the coordination process will have national, provincial, and local government setting aside appropriate percentages of budget for STI. And this is what we'll be tabling as a proposal to the next IMC meeting, for an example. So in the 2022-23 MTech process, we've already agreed with the National Treasury, DPME, and ourselves that there would be a process led by National Treasury, the National Treasury, that would lead up to the MTF guidelines. And this would include the analysis to identify issues and funding priorities for the NSI, report and briefing National Treasury, and then having priorities included in the MTF guidelines to guide STI funding requests. And then once that has been done, there would be a function group of other meetings, and then departments will submit their MTF proposals to National Treasury. In that process, we will analyze the MTF request for funding received by Treasury, so we'll be working with them, identify cross-cutting issues facing departments, report and briefing to National Treasury. Of course, all this will require ongoing data gathering and analysis, and we will form a task team on how to integrate this, and the DPME will endorse the principle of STI to be part of the budget prioritization framework and Cabinet Lekgotla priorities going forward. And then there would be an allocation, hopefully, by Treasury. So this is going to be a big process, but we look forward to working with Treasury and DPME to start the institutionalization of this process. This is just a slide that requires, that gives a sense of if we are to reach a target of 1.5% of gross expenditure on R&D as a percentage of GDP by 2030 and 1.1% by 2024, what are the sources of funding that we would need in the next couple of years? So but this is an ongoing work that we make in order to give people a sense of what are the numbers that we are talking about. We indicated that we are proposing the revision of this strategic management model. It's basically a framework that defines the roles between ourselves as the Department of Science and Innovation, sector-specific departments, and what we should and we should not invest in. So we're proposing a budget that for the DSI, we would focus on emerging areas and continue to fund them. And then also work with sector departments in yellow. We will not be a leader, but we will support health, agriculture, and minerals with some funding pilots, but we hope that they will have, as you can see with the dotted line, increase their investment with the private sector and donors to make sure that the second yellow area and the third area in orange becomes the responsibility of the line department. So let's talk about the progress highlights and commitments to date. So the minister has already indicated that the Decadal Plan was approved for further consultation with government partners. So we've had this IMC meeting. We are now intending to go to the private sector and social partners. The DG hosted follow-up meetings to get commitments from government departments on the implementation. We've engaged with National Treasury, for instance, on the budget coordination. And then we are very happy that Treasury agreed to the principle of the STI budget coordination. And now we are on an ongoing basis meeting to refine the process. And as I say, how the MTech process this year will already introduce this budget coordination. We've started to work with our entities to discuss and plan the implementation of the Decadal Plan, and hopefully as the minister tomorrow and Friday receives these plans and being presented with them, we'll be probing deeper in terms of whether these APPs are reflecting on how we're going to start doing things differently. A high-level, well-attended workshop was held between ourselves and the CSIR, for an example, to discuss the alignment to the Decadal Plan. A draft framework for the Innovation Compact has been developed, and the inaugural meeting, as we indicated, took place on the 25th of November. So what happened in this meeting? So this is just the agenda of the meeting, where the minister welcomed and introduced the members of the IMC, gave the background to the IMC, and then the draft terms of reference of the AMC were presented. So the other departments got a sense of what is the objective. The presentation of the Decadal Plan by myself was done, and then the chair of the National Advisory Council on Innovation presented case studies on the role of innovation in socio-economic development. If I recall very well, the case study was from China, and another case study was from the Republic of Korea. A very, very useful presentation that helped the IMC and the discussions to be raised at the level of seeing that we are not doing this alone. Other countries that have been successful have followed the same route. And then there were discussions on a range of items at the meeting. 17 ministries were invited, 12 attended at the level of the minister advisors, DG. And then the table below shows the level of attendance, where 8 ministers attended, 8 DGs and 4 DDGs. And again, you can see which department attended. So we're very, very happy with the turnout. We would have wished even higher turnout, but at least we were happy with it. So there were issues that were raised by the ministers at this Inter-Ministerial: sharpened focus on supporting commercialization of the IP that we generate to support industrialization, highlight the importance of building local capabilities, highlight the role of logistics and infrastructure to link to Africa free trade area, include the focus areas of the Decadal Plan in the terms of reference of the IMC, and then the Department of Labor and Employment should be a standing member of the IMC, as innovation can both create and reduce employment, and labor strategies are needed, as we indicated with the examples we showed with the socio-technical systems. The importance of integrating science, technology, and innovation into the long-term planning of government is clear and should be highlighted. And South Africa needs a skills development and training master plan, and we will be working fairly closely with our colleagues from DHET to look at what would be the training and the skills master plan that would be underpinning and supporting the Decadal Plan. There is a need to create learning opportunities for South Africans through study tours of high-performing STI-intensive countries. The identification of visits to some of the countries that seem to have been successful on how to pull together their resources, different governance models to get STI into their long-term strategies is proposed. The core team of the IMC should include the Department of Public Service and Administration to assist with the engendering an innovation mindset and skills across government. The role of the CPSI can also play a very important role in creating an innovation-enabled state. So we will be looking at the role that CPSI would be helping us to drive innovation within the state. The objectives of the IMC should also include reference to how science, technology, and innovation can contribute to South Africa meeting her international obligations, such as the SDGs. A central repository is needed where government can collect all STI-related learning it derives from international visits. The Department of Transport was seen as extremely pivotal, and therefore we'll be engaging with them and bring them into the next IMC. And then, as we have indicated, DPSA has already raised their hands, saying they would like to be part of this. So where to from here? We would update the terms of reference, institutionalize within the officials, DGs or clusters, the work of the Decadal Plan, finalize the Innovation Compact and confirm the priority projects within government partners. Start working on the STI Plenary, where we've indicated that civil society, as well as the private sector under the presidency, would be convened. Have follow-up engagements with industry, social partners, and NETLEC to ensure their continued commitment and support to the priorities. Deepen the work of integrating STI into long-term government planning and budgeting within National Treasury and the DPME, as I've indicated. So that's where we are, Minister, Chair, and hopefully I was able to do it within 35 minutes. So back to you, Chair. Thank you. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you very much, DG Mdracha and Minister. I'd like to note hands of members that seek to engage. Minister does have to leave us at 10:30. So we said we perhaps take a few questions now before he has to leave, so that he can also engage on some questions members may have. I'll note the hand of Honorable Mananiso, and then I'll note other hands as we go. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, allow me to switch off my video due to connectivity. Let me start by welcoming the presentation and as well the opening remarks by the Minister. One must say that when we speak about STI, at least one can confirm that we are ready as the country in terms of advancing to the levels of 4IR and compete with other international, actually compete internationally. What we saw on our oversight is something to break off. As you would know that it was one of the language that was used during our visit to the telescope, that everything that they do is about breaking. And I think this is a good story to tell, Minister. One must just emphasize on the issue of communicating to our people in terms of the good work that we are doing as the department. And I would like to congratulate DG that he has a working force that one can brag about, to say that as South African people, we are very capable in terms of ensuring that we better our lives. Chair, I want to speak on the issue of the presentation, to say that one is impressed about slide 34, where they are giving us feedback in terms of the IMC program on issues of engendering science and innovation technology programs in terms of the skills capacity program. So one is very happy that at least we can have hope that the mass that we saw in that space, it will be transformed very soon, where we would see plenty of our female actually being part of the mainstreaming. And I can emphasize on the fact that indeed this decadal plan is a just-in-time agenda for our country, so that we are able to speed up the development. And I want to as well echo the sentiment to say that indeed science, innovation, and technology, it is a mainstreaming and cost-cutting function, and no department or any individual should be left behind, more especially our communities. Lastly, Chair, I just want to check, I know that it's not part of the presentation, but I want to check the involvement of science, innovation, and technology with regards to Census 2022, because one have learned that they have deployed technology instruments for them to actually collect the data in this 2022 census. So I want to check if really DSI was part of anything that has been deployed. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Sibia.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks for the presentation from DG. I don't have a question, but only to say siyabonga ku DSI. Although DG was not the part of the oversight visit, but DG and his cabinet basiphathe kahle. DG uzoyithola i-report kubona, sibonga kakhulu. Minister, we are so proud ngalabasebenzi. Ukuba bonke abasebenzi basebenza njenge-DSI, ngabe asinawo ama-problems or ama-challenges. Thanks so much. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sibia and Honorable Mandaniso. I would hope that Honorable Makesi, Honorable Lotriet, Honorable Tambo, Honorable Boshoff would also give an input or two, even Honorable Makesi or Boshoff, even if it's just to acknowledge the great work that is being done by the DSI. But I don't mean to put colleagues in any tight corner. If you are covered, that is also fine. I think from my side, DG, perhaps one would like to understand when we analyze this. You said that there's a report where departments indicate or report on their science and technology initiatives and what they've done to contribute towards science and technology, or how they've centered science, and I'm assuming how they've centered science and technology. You mentioned that report, I'm not sure on which slide towards the end though. When we look at that report, which department is leading in terms of in that aspect? It would be very interesting for us to see which department is which other department besides science and tech and science and innovation is leading with regards to that. And then in relation to budget coordination, the budget coordination mechanism, which I really think will bring life to the many great plans of the Decadal Plan and what it seeks to achieve. Are you perhaps able to provide greater detail with regards to timeframes? I think you spoke to it being finalized this year. And then, so I think that's just like, if you could just maybe clarify on when we intend to conclude on that matter. And then in relation to the Inter-Ministerial Committee, when is it due to sit again, and how often do we see it sitting? And then I just want to perhaps express myself. I guess these are just affirmations of what we want to see the Decadal Plan doing, and why it then becomes essential. And I just want to maybe take examples from our oversight. So firstly, I mean, in my opening remarks, I spoke to basic education and higher education minister. We have seen instances where the NRF or the DSI, the NRF, and SAO and Sarao have made investments in communities, and in certain cases, we are of the view that the DSI is now taking upon responsibilities that aren't necessarily in their core mandate. And I mean, we understand that when we speak about, for example, the district development model, and even the Decadal Plan in itself, there's an understanding of how there can be interreliance between departments. But there are certain things that are meant to be, there are certain foundations that are meant to be, implemented by those particular departments. And then the DSI comes in only but to support. So we need to understand through the Decadal Plan how we can ensure that departments do their part. Basic education must provide a teacher. Science and innovation can then top up in terms of other investments in assisting the science and maths and science teacher to do, or educator to do whatever they're meant to do in that particular school. So something that's simple. On higher education, I also want to, DG, you've spoken about how the Decadal Plan does speak to skills that are supposed to be channeled and focused on through higher education. I really would like to emphasize, Minister, that at Sol Plaatje literally gives an opportunity for us to see how the needs of SAO, SARAO, and whatever other astronomic activity may be going on there, or science and innovation activity may be going on within the Northern Cape, can be supported by academic programs that are offered at Sol Plaatje University. So I'm raising these things because I'm saying these are examples, key examples on how the Decadal Plan can literally come to life. We need to, DG, in these inter-ministerial committee meetings or the various stakeholder engagements, ask provincial departments what role are they playing in supporting the work of science and innovation in their provinces. Ask municipalities what role they are playing, so that the work of the DSI can only but enhance the work that they are doing already. Transport, when we speak about astrotourism within the Northern Cape, I think as members, we all said, Minister, that we are definitely going back to Sutherland. We are definitely going back to Carnarvon. Honorable Makesi, we said when we are stressed by the workload that we have, we'll go and sit under the stars there in Sutherland. So much can happen there. And of course, we acknowledge how COVID has played a mammoth role in stifling the astrotourism that's going there. But the Department of Tourism needs to come to fold in terms of strengthening the work that is being done there, that is also being supported by the DSI. But also then transport becomes essential, and the provinces also become essential in relation to building of roads, because that is the only way that the astrotourism can then find fruition in that space. So those are the type of conversations that, I don't know, maybe we as this committee also need to be advocating for with other members to be amplifying in their committee meetings in relation to how we centralize science and innovation in various departments. There was an interesting concept, Minister, that came up during our oversight around astronomy for mental health, or rehab astronomy, rehabilitative astronomy. Very interesting concept of how we could bring, we could use that space for rehabilitation, the space of Sutherland in particular, for rehabilitative purposes. Key to how mental health has been prioritized in the last couple of years by our department and by South African citizens at large. And so that's where the Department of Health then comes on board. So, for us, Minister, going to these spaces has really emphasized the importance of the Decadal Plan and the importance for all these departments and various spheres of government to understand the importance of centralizing science and innovation in the work that they do. And literally, as I said earlier on, it's an ecosystem that can come full-fold for all of us. And this is only me making reference to, SAO and SARAO, and there's still Hot Rao, there's still Itemba Lab. So there's still so much that is being offered by only one entity of the department, and that's NRF. And really, we must applaud the work that is being done by yourself, CEO Nelwa Mondo, together with your teams. So I think from my side, I really wanted to just emphasize, the importance of this decadal plan and it coming to fruition, but more importantly, the budget coordination mechanism being finalized and it being supported by various departments. I see Honorable Boshoff and Honorable Makesi's hands have gone up. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to contribute, especially to give notice of the fact that one is really happy and impressed by the let's say the coherence of this decadal plan and the plan to get it coordinated all across different departments. And in fact, you covered me, but as you seem to be a little bit scared that it might seem as we don't take interest in the discussions if we don't respond, to say that it would help if departments would come to this department with their needs which they have developed themselves. Otherwise one might have the problem of devising solutions which are not sought yet. And the plan particularly referred to the Department of Transport, and I thought I would just mention it without any comment. But thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. And also thank you to DG for the presentation. I think I just want to, re-emphasize on what you've said, Chair, because I believe that the importance of the oversight and the insight that it has brought to this committee, that, from my observation, with all that the technology that is going on with the Northern Cape, I kind of feel like, the people of the Northern Cape are really not really part of that development, that they are not really benefiting. And I think there are some low, hanging fruit that we can actually be able to implement if we work together across different departments, as you actually alluded to. I think specifically, when you mentioned basic education, we saw, in Carnarvon and also, what is the other place? I actually forget these names of these places in the Northern Cape, that we can actually maybe look at ways of having like a high school, for instance, with a boarding school there. I think those are things that, ministers, when they're sitting around the table with other ministers from other departments, can be able to talk about and discuss and see how Northern Cape can actually be one of those provinces that can actually benefit from all the science and technology that is happening around it. Because what you also noticed is that despite the fact that SAO has got all the scientists and the engineers, that there was a very limited number of people who are scientists that are coming from Northern Cape. And also, for me, that also what was also an issue, the fact that only 1% of the population of students that are finishing high school are applying for NSFAS. And that should also be one of our concerns, because what that means is that not many of those young people are actually getting into higher education. So it's an indication that there is not that much interest of them being being part of the development that is going around. I also have, I have just two questions that I would like to ask. With all the, I heard about what, we're talking about, to say that we're bringing more technology in terms of having hybrid cars, new technology in bringing electric cars. I'm a little bit concerned because, I know being, having been, exposed to Europe, for instance, if you're talking about a petrol attendant, people don't know what you're talking about because they don't exist in the first world. So that means that, our petrol attendant within South Africa will lose their jobs. What plans do we have? Because we have a problem of unemployment. I mean, those, countries that don't need petrol attendants, for instance, their unemployments are very low. We're talking about 1-digit unemployment percentages. And yes, yet in South Africa, we're talking about double digits. So we have a crisis of unemployment. And, by bringing electric cars, I mean, that is good as well. I mean, we have to move with technology. We have to be part of new developments and so forth. But at the same time, we have to be realistic with our challenges that we have as a country, because we haven't been able to create jobs. And also, if now we actually have situations whereby we're going to be losing more jobs because of these new technologies that are coming in, what are we going to do about those people that are actually unemployed? And also the other issue that I have is that when we talk about electric cars, Eskom hasn't been able to be moving forward as well into that direction, to making sure that we have access to electricity. Just normal access to electricity is a challenge in South Africa, let alone, having now electric cars that, will be needing electricity, which means that, people will be really relying on electricity. And once you have a situation where you have load shedding and you don't have electricity, that means that the country will not only be standing still when it comes to our homes and also our factories. That means it will actually trickle also into our mobility, which is our cars and all that. So I just want to find out is there any insight or what plans does the government have to ensure that once as we are moving and science and technology is moving with all this development, that the government as well with all these different entities also does catch up and make sure that there are no shortfalls in terms of electricity and also the issue of unemployment, and also finally the issue of science and technology and science and maths. I mean the chairperson has mentioned that we cannot have a situation whereby we have NIF being the one that is providing a maths and science teachers at schools. That is a responsibility of basic education. I mean, that money has to be invested in more, more science, more innovation, more development. But instead, now we have to go and try to boost the shortfalls of basic education, whereas basic education is the biggest budget, even bigger than NIF, obviously bigger than higher education. But now we always have to, the idea of NIF being the one that is funding a teacher, it's for me, it was actually shocking. So I think those things we need to work on those things. And like a minister, I urge you, please, when you're sitting with the minister of basic education, we need to look at a way of having those kind of boarding schools that can actually take 1,000 to 1,000 learners into one roof, so that they can have all the kind of education, quality education that they need and they require and they deserve. And in order to do that, a step like that, as I said, those are low-hanging fruits. A step like that can actually bring a lot of changes. And also the issue of that I would like to bring in that we also saw is the issue of fetal alcohol syndrome, whereby children, there's a massive number of children that are lost, a generation that is literally lost in Northern Cape. And those are things that we cannot just overlook and say we are moving forward when we have those kind of ailments and also challenges that we are not dealing with. So Northern Cape, we're doing well. Minister with science and technology, but I think we have to bring the people of Northern Cape together and to move them into this kind of developments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Sibia, and Honorable Mananiso. I think DG, maybe perhaps from the IMC meeting that you had. If you could also perhaps give us, I mean, there was an expression or a sentiment that was shared with the committee during oversight around, because many of us, I mean, we're alluding to the importance of, not operating in silos, the putting science and innovation or centering science and innovation within the work of various departments and government's work in general for, the various spheres of government. And I think as members were expressing this a lot, there was a response from the department to say it's been very difficult to get other departments to support various works of the DSI, and that is why you end up doing certain things on your own, or that is why there is then delays in terms of work that could have long been done, so perhaps, I don't know if there was an account, if this was expressed in that meeting, and if other departments are counted on why it becomes so difficult for the DSI to work with other departments, or for other departments to work with the DSI rather, because I don't think the DSI has a problem with working with other departments. So essentially getting the support from other departments to be able to lift the various programs and initiatives of the DSI. So I don't know if there was an account of that, DG, in that meeting that you had. And so I think members, by and large, are really supporting the Decadal Plan and what it seeks to achieve, and are even stressing, Minister, what comes out from the sentiments that members have shared this morning is the importance also of, for example, the district development model that speaks against these silos that exist within government. So from what we're hearing really is a support of the Decadal Plan, but wanting to see it brought to life and the full implementation of it, and it being, supported by various departments. But I'll hand over back to yourself, Minister, together with DG, to respond, considering also that there's 10 minutes before you have to leave us.
Chair, maybe can I ask the DG to come in first, with your permission?
That's fine, Minister.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair and Minister. I'll be brief so we can give the Minister an opportunity before he leaves. Honorable Mananiso, nothing direct with our involvement in Census 2022 with the Stats SA, but we were working with them and SARS in setting up the observatory, but nothing direct. And then Honorable Mkhatshwa, I'm just responding to the questions and leaving out the observations. I don't think I'll be able, Honorable Mkhatshwa, to give you a sense of which department is leading, because I don't have that science technology activities report, but we can have a look at it and make it to you. But it also depends what is meant by leading. Because we could feel as a Department of Science and Innovation that there's scope for more innovation in that department, and it might be the one that is leading in terms of the investments that they are making, but they're not adequate in terms of the full optimization or modernization of that government. So maybe it's something with yourselves, we could arrange a session where we can analyze this report and maybe make a presentation at an appropriate time. And then the budget coordination, we hope this year there would be the MTech process that I've defined between ourselves, National Treasury and DPME, and that the allocation will start to flow from other line departments. And then we hope once the IMC has perhaps negotiated the actual percentage that each department needs to put together, then I think it will probably take 2 to 3 years before you have a full implementation of the intentions from the budget coordination processes, I think. The next sitting of the IMC, we think that the next sitting would be informed by the consultations that we hope to have with NETLEC and civil society. And of course, some of the few discussions that we'd like to have with the officials. So if I have to give the time frame, I hope the minister would agree. Perhaps halfway through this year, in June, July, would be the right time to have the second meeting. I think even this National Treasury Budget Coordination will be able to bring them up to speed. And then the issue of which has come from different members about how do we crowd in from the investments that have been made in the Northern Cape. I think it's a valid point, and that maybe we need to think how best we can do that. What I was thinking, Minister, is that maybe in the next couple of months, a meeting in the Northern Cape, the ministry, the portfolio committee, and the Northern Cape government could probably have a meeting where we can just have this meeting, maybe a morning meeting around some of these challenges. But I think it goes beyond just the Northern Cape. There's also astrotourism, schooling, which goes into DBE. And I think the minister would agree that at the IMC, these issues of coordination and people playing their role is something that I think will be part of what we will discuss. So I think that's what I've just picked up from some of these without going into each one of them in detail. And then the issue of what challenges in working with other departments, we think we do, but it tends to be on collegiality rather than on a structured way that says you have to work together. So with what we are proposing with the IMC, with the structure that we will be setting up at the DG's level, budget coordination, because if you don't have these instruments, I've learned that the biggest problem in management and leadership is to work across institutional boundaries. So if we can find, and it doesn't happen organically, it has to happen because what gets done is what gets measured. So we have to start thinking about how do we design incentives and mechanisms that will allow collaboration. And I think it will be at different levels and different approaches that will have to be thought through. Thanks, Honorable Chair. And sorry, Minister, we really are grateful to all of the accolades that you have given us. They really encourage us to work even harder to make sure that we do even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Maybe, Minister, as you also come in, if you could just give us perhaps an update on stabilizing the NACI. I think as far as we know, the CEO has been acting for 5 years. And so considering, some of the concerns we have in relation to budget mechanisms, and as well as monitoring and evaluating the Decadal Plan, perhaps, stabilizing the entity in that manner could assist. So maybe if you can just give us an update with regards to that as well. Thanks, Minister. Over to you.
Chair, with your permission, can the DG just take a minute or so on that? On the NACI, the steps we are taking to stabilize NACI. DG?
Yes, Minister, there are two. One is we have agreed to start the process of amending the legislation as per the recommendations of the HES deal. And I think the post of advertising the CEO was done the first round, and then there were technical challenges, and I think HR is in the process of re-advertising. And we hope that once those processes have been completed, we should be in the best place to make NACI operate the way it should along the CHE model. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, DG. I hope that's helpful, Chair. Just a few points, because the DG has covered quite a number of issues. Let me say thank you very much to you, Chair, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee for the feedback and suggestions, as well as, of course, your positive observations and encouragement to the work that we are doing. Let me just start with saying that our intervention in the schooling system as the DSI Our guideline is simply that we act to support what one would call the science pipeline. In other words, it's in our own interest as the DSI that we do whatever we can to support the science pipeline from schooling level. And that's not a substitute for what DBE must do. Of course, we are bound in some instances, in some cases, that there may be things that looks like that, like if we assign a teacher or something like that. But it's part of sponsorship that is done by the DSI and its entities where they identify a need, rather than systemic intervention which is led by the DBE. As a matter of fact, Chair, I think that if you have an interest in this matter, which legitimately you do, it may be helpful that the two portfolio committees just get a report on what is done to promote science right from schooling level. Because DBE, to their credit, by the way, they are doing a hell of a lot of work to support science in particular in the schooling system. The Funza Lushaka Bursary, for instance, which is managed by NSFAS via DHET, is aimed at training maths and science teachers. They have got centers also where they use to support, upgrading and assisting maths and science teachers. And that's what DBE, amongst other things that I'm aware of, that it is actually doing. There's also been a huge focus by DBE on the poorer schools in terms of upgrading the teaching of maths and science. I would rather say that we mustn't leave here with the impression that what we are doing is substituting what DBE is doing, or an impression that DBE is not doing anything on this. They are doing a lot of work. In fact, it would be important, I suggest, that the two portfolio committees could decide to meet and get a briefing from both departments so that you also get a better sense of what DBE is doing. Of course, a lot more can still be done, even on our side. We have an interest as the DSI that there is improvement in the teaching of maths and science. For instance, Chair, I don't have to remind you about this. One of the things I was referring to yesterday in my press briefing on the beginning of the academic year is that we still have far less students getting 60% in maths, physical science, which is normally the entry requirement for many of the programs into scarce skills areas at university level. That is still a huge challenge. The bachelor entry passes may have increased, but there hasn't been the minimum 60% in order to be able to do medicine, to do engineering, to do animal science, and all those things. So a lot more still needs to be done in addition to what is being done now, and we do have an interest in. Now, I think the other issues really relates to the work that is being done or is to be done by the IMC on science, technology, and innovation. And in fact, the questions and the comments underlines the importance of this. For example, the issue of astronomy and mental health. That actually requires, the best way to drive such is in the IMC, and the Department of Health is there in this IMC on science, technology, and innovation. And Chair, what I also just need to point out, by the way, to you is that I hadn't seen such excitement amongst my colleagues who are ministers on STI, like when we held our inaugural IMC meeting. All of them, they said this is something that we needed yesterday, and they committed to actually work together. It's gonna guide their own STI work in their own departments, and it's gonna advance cooperation and coordination at government level so that things do not fall through the cracks. So that's precisely the logic behind the IMC, which also answers what Honorable Boshoff was saying, requests from other departments. Yes, we will never get rid of a specific request from one department to the DSI. But we would like to move that higher by working through the IMC to actually identify common objectives and how best the STI system can support different departments of government. I think that on the issue of people of the Northern Cape benefiting from SKA, the new university, there is no doubt that the people of the Northern Cape are benefiting. There is no doubt about that. The fact that we now have a university in the Northern Cape, and hugely the numbers of students who are attending there are from the Northern Cape, although it's a national university like all our universities. It's a very important advancement, let alone how that university, by the way, is changing how Kimberley looks. And the kinds of investment into infrastructure that we have made there and that we continue to make. There's no doubt that there is benefit. SKA, they are projects that we are supporting schools as a result of the fact that SKA is there. But if you ask me, is that enough? No. But we must distinguish between doing nothing and saying there's a lot we are doing, but it's not enough. I think we must make a distinction between the two. A lot more still needs to be done. No one actually doubts that. Even in terms of expanding, by the way, the footprint of Solplaatje University within the province of the Northern Cape, which geographically is massive and the largest province in our country just in terms of geographical spread. All those things are actually in the pipeline that they need to be done. But I would like to argue that on the basis of the work that we are doing, SKA, and the community work and the schools that we are supporting, and also, by the way, the issue of the relationship between what Solplaatje University is doing and SKA, the fact that we have asked and we are seeking to capacitate Solplaatje University to teach data science, it's precisely because SKA is located in the Northern Cape. Because as you might have seen yourselves who visited there, we're going to be generating such an amount of data that today nowhere in the world do we have computational capacity that will be able to absorb that. That's why we are in the process of working with other countries, and we are locating data science in the Northern Cape so that we can build this capacity, computational capacity, data capacity, to be able to capture the kinds of data that is actually going to go there. So people of the Northern Cape are benefiting, yet there is still a lot more that can still be done. Thank you very much, Chair, for this session. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Minister, for those remarks. And we must also extend a well wishes, to yourself for the year 2022. And perhaps if there are a few takeaways, Minister, from ourselves to you, is that let's please try our best to stabilize NACI. So we really ask that, considering the many times that we've tried to appoint a CEO and bring stability in that regard, can we please try and push harder on that one? Your colleagues, Minister, I'm glad you're saying they were excited at the IMC. We hope that their excitement, translates to the funding that we need, translates to the commitment that we need. Because there's really a lot of great work that we can do, through science and innovation in this country. And I think from everything that members have said, it's to reiterate that there's so much great work that we can do. And I think it's evident from what all members have said that this committee is in full support of the department and its entities to be able to put science at the core of government business. And so, yeah, that's about it from our side, Minister. And we do take note of both yourself and DG's recommendations with regards to maybe having, joint committee meetings with some of the portfolio committees that, we have interest on elaborating how science and innovation becomes integral to their departments, and even the meeting that DG has proposed in relation to the PC. In relation to the Northern Cape provincial government and I mean, DG Minister is correct. We're only listing Northern Cape, but I mean, I think if we were to even go to other provinces and see the work that the DSI is doing in other provinces, we would then also be able to express ourselves in terms of the role that other provinces also should be playing. Minister, thank you very much for your time. You may be excused when you need to be. Colleagues, we'll now move on. Thank you, Minister. We'll now move on to the second part of our meeting, and this part will take the two presentations, and then we'll go into discussions. So the first presentation will be from colleagues led by DG, of course, on ASSAf, and then as well as the briefing by Sarau. I think there's Dr. Adam there, and then also Prof. I would want to be assisted with the surname, but Prof. Hilma. And I'll be taught the surname when Prof. through DG, perhaps, who can assist there. I don't want to say it wrong. DG, there are some other concerns that we have relating to the first presentation on the Decadal Plan that we would like to submit to you in writing, just in relation to perhaps finer detail on what may have come out of the Inter-Ministerial meeting that was had. So we will submit to you in writing some of the outstanding concerns that we have, and we hope that you'll be able to respond to us within the next 7 days, if that is fine with you. So having said that, DG, I think yourself and I think CEO Nelamondo is also on the platform. So if he also wants to say anything in relation to these two presentations we're about to receive, he's more than welcome. But I'll hand over back to you, DG.
Yes, thanks very much, Honorable Mkhatshwa. If you don't mind, I realize that in trying to give the minister the space to respond before he leaves, we did not respond to the concerns raised by Honorable Makesi. So I don't know if you would like us to do that so we wrap it up properly. It's the concern around the introduction of electric cars, as well as the fact that when new technologies get introduced in certain parts of the world, it's fine, but in South Africa, we need to think differently. So I think they are combined. And for us, the purpose of the Decadal Plan, Honorable Makesi, through your chair, is to address exactly these issues. That if you don't prepare for what is inevitable in terms of these socio-technical systems that I presented, then you will be left behind. So the trick, in my view, and this is a personal view, is that you need to anticipate these changes and then plan for them properly. Just one example of how this has been done successfully. We have a research, development, and innovation phase 1 for the mining sector, which is called South African Mineral Extraction Research, Development, and Innovation. This is implemented by the CSIR, and then they have invited the Mineral Council of South Africa as an industry body to work with them. last year in November, there was an agreement that was signed between the CSIR, ourselves, and all the unions in the mining sector around how are you going to retrain the workers in the mining sector as a result of introducing mechanization in the mine. So in my view, it's a model of how private sector, public sector, research institutions work together, agree on a pact and on a compact to say we can't stop the mechanization in mines, but how do we then reskill and prepare people for the inevitable? So, but again, as part of the plan, it is to have a plan that helps the country to anticipate and prepare appropriately for this. And specifically on the introduction of electric cars, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, if I recall, they have a policy draft discussion document, which they have introduced as part of what South Africa is planning to do in this space of introducing electric cars in South Africa. So we can make that available to members, but I'm sure the members can get this themselves. So I just thought, Chair, in the interest of being comprehensive with the responses, we should come back to that. And then on this presentation that is going to come now, there are two parts to it. The study, as you indicated, was done by the Academy of Sciences of South Africa, and Professor Himla Sudiao, I assume, will lead the presentation. But there are two parts, there are two sides that we also like to bring to the Portfolio Committee's chair. The first part is once Professor Himla has started to talk about it, he may wish to bring Dr. Rob Adam, the MD of SARAO, around how we came to ask ASSAf to do the study, and then later how the SARAO NRF is planning to implement. So I don't know how they plan to choreograph this. Professor Himla, do you want to start first and then Rob, or Rob wants to start first and then come back later? Honorable Mananiso, we did say nothing directly. She's asking if we did respond to the DSI and sent us nothing directly. Thanks. All right. Through your chair, I'm not sure between Himla and Rob and or even Professor Nelo Mondo if he wants to chip in. Thanks.
Forgive me, Chair.
So 1 second, maybe DG, if you'd allow, I'll ask if CEO Nelamondo can come through first and then hand over to the two presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I won't say much. I think the DG has covered this well. And in the main, as the DG has mentioned, this is a study that was commissioned by the NRF in terms of the evaluation of the alternative telecommunication technologies for the Karoo area. So as the DG has articulated, ASSAf will lead the presentation, and following that, we will then offer the response to the study and how we see everything coming together. So I believe that the order, as we've mentioned, DG, I think ASSAf will go first, and then will then come later on. Thank you, Chair.
All right. In that order, colleagues.
Chair, if I may, in my capacity as Vice President of ASSAf, and representing the President, Professor Jonathan Jansen, I will just introduce this presentation for ASSAf. So let me start by saying, DG and honourable members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this consensus study report, which is on the evaluation of alternative telecommunication technologies for the Karoo Central Astronomy Advantage Area. I'm joined by colleagues, as you've said, from ASSAf, and Dr. Himla Sudiao will present immediately after this, and also other members of the Academy. We also, as you have said, have members of SARAO, the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, and the National Research Foundation, as well as the DST. So, Chair, if I may introduce the report, the mandate of ASSAf is to offer evidence-based science advice to government and other stakeholders, and that is our intention today. I refer to the South African National Development Plan, which states that developments in science and technology are fundamentally altering the way people live, connect, communicate, and transact, with profound effects on economic development. So, Chair, in the present time, our view is that there is very little that is more critically important to human development than access to information and knowledge, and the capacity to interact and engage using information and communication technologies, including data access, cell phone coverage, and voice communication, among others. So, to quote our president of ASSAf in his foreword to the report which you will now hear about, when scientific endeavors infringe on this access, science needs to provide a solution. Chair, this report was commissioned by the National Research Foundation as part of a process of ensuring that the SKA can advance and serve as a critical resource for South Africa, and at the same time ensuring that the livelihoods of local communities are not compromised or exposed to adverse impacts as a result of the geographical location of the SKA. And we have heard the relevance of this in the earlier discussions today. My colleagues will report on the importance of ICT access in a local area, the impact of the SKA on local communities, and social challenges linked to scientific infrastructure in a context of poverty and inequality and unemployment. So we are also going to make some important recommendations in this regard. And I will now hand over to Dr. Himla Sudial, who is the Executive Officer for the Academy, to begin her presentation on the consensus study. And she will then hand over to other members of the team, and in particular the SARAO colleagues. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll hand over now to Dr. Sudial. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Burton. Good morning, all, in particular, members of the Portfolio Committee, and through the Chair, the members from the Minister's Office, the DG and colleagues from the DSI, and all others joining in. It's such a pleasure for us to meet on a very special date, the second day of the second month in the 22nd year, 2222. I love numbers, so I just had to throw that in. Thank you very much to allow us to be part of the earlier meeting. I think it was very important for us to engage with what we heard from the Minister and from the DG. If I could ask my colleague Nadia to please share our presentation so we could start the presentation going forward. So as you've heard, the title is on the evaluation of alternative astronomy advantage area. And next slide, please. Yeah, and so coming to the mandate of the Academy, just to share for continuity, Chair, that ASSAf is made up of very expert scholars in various disciplines of science based on meritocracy. And we aim to utilize this brain trust of the nation, to utilize their knowledge base from across different disciplines to offer evidence-based science advice to government and other stakeholders. And here, Chair, I would just, while I ask my colleague to go to the next slide, just say that I think it is timely that all of us, irrespective of which entity or stakeholder that we work in, we try to now focus on impact. DG has focused on, the Decadal Plan and the plans, etc. But I think it's high time that we had a paradigm shift with respect to putting these great plans into practice.
And we could take insights from the quadruple helix model for innovation of how we intertwine the aspects of work by government, business, the private sector, that of academia, as well as civil society. And the way we should be doing this, as we've heard from the work done in the Northern Province, is through involving the public or the civil society. And we should start being a little bit more impactful with respect to co-creation of projects. And when we would do this, I'm sure we will meet that direct contact at the local interface with advancing the current administration's goal of the district development model. So we at ASSAf pride ourselves of being independent in the work that we do. Our work is trustworthy, multidisciplinary, and we can use all of this that you see on the slide to bring this kind of scientific etiology of advancing STI to promote the livelihoods of all people of the country. Next slide, please. And as we go about doing our work, our methodology of doing this involves, in one instance, consensus studies that you're going to hear about. And we have a particular pathway or a flow of activities in place as highlighted in the slide. And once a study is conducted, the members contribute individually in their individual expert capacity. And through the chairperson, we then, collectively put together a report with agreed consensus. The studies are then reviewed by 3 independent reviewers, 1 local, 1 from the African continent, and 1 internationally, so that we could then present it at a launch. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as I've mentioned, this particular project was chaired by Professor Francesco Petriccioni, and that's supported by an ASSAf member, in this case, Ms. Nadia Algara. And we were very, very grateful, and I wish to acknowledge the unstinting support of the volunteers who you will see during the presentation. So I would now like to hand over to the chairperson to introduce the team. Originally, I was going to ask our friends from Sarawak to come in, but I'll see if the chair would want to ask them to join in, just to share their thoughts of why they came to ASSAf to propose the study. So Professor Petriccioni, I hand over to you to lead us in the next part of the discussion. Thank you.
So good morning, Honorable Chairperson of the committee and members of the committee, colleagues from the DSI, in particular the DG, good morning, the team of Sareo and my colleagues from ASSAf. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the outcome of the work of the panel, and I would like to start by quickly introducing to you the members of the committee. And I will proceed. I will start with myself. My name is Francesco Petriccioni. My day job is that I'm one of the research chairs of DSI NRF based at UKZN. My area of expertise is quantum information and communication. I will now introduce the members of the panel, and I will ask them maybe to quickly switch on their video so that the members of the committee and the other participants in the meeting can identify them. The first member that I want to introduce is Dr. Michael Gastro. He's from the HSRC, sorry, and he's an expert in innovation, skills development, and public relationship with science. Another member of the team who unfortunately can't be with us today is Dr. Senza Hacik from UCT. She's an expert in engineering, electronics, and telecommunication, and in particular with the deployment of communication networks in purely connected and rural areas. Yeah? Then we have on board Mr. Carl Keys. He's the chief executive of Reutech, a company that works in the area of deployment of radar systems. With us on the team is also Professor Justine Limtetlo from WITS. She's an expert in all aspects of communication law, from broadcasting to satellite communication. We have then Professor Babu Paul, who unfortunately can't be with us today because I think he's overseas in a completely different time zone, from UJ. He's the director of the Institute for Intelligent Systems at UJ and an expert in various mobile communication systems. Last but not least, we have Professor Jan Wolhuter from Stellenbosch University, who's an expert in the deployment and planning of radio communication system and the design of the same. Yeah. So this is just a brief introduction to the team, and if Nadia could kindly move to the next slide. Thank you. I will quickly describe to you the main objectives of the study, and you see the cover page of the report on the left hand side. Essentially, we were tasked to investigate two objectives. The first one was to analyze the currently used technologies for alternative communication programs in the Karoo, and check whether this technology are up to standard with comparable market available technologies, and if they can be easily deployed. Yeah? The second aspect is maybe to look a little bit to the future and assess whether there are current or emerging telecommunication technologies that could be used instead of the current solution. In particular, we had to assess whether they are functional and feasible, and of course also economically viable. Yeah? These were the two, roughly the two objectives. Yeah? And Nadia, if you could please move to the next slide. I will briefly indicate the aim, the scope of the various investigations that we did. Essentially, there were 3 of the 4, sorry, I can't count to 4. Yeah? The establishment of the timelines of the relevant for the establishment of SKA, an assessment of the socioeconomic implication, in particular, of course, under the aspect of access to telecommunication services in the area, and then maybe the more technical assessments on the potential of various telecommunication technologies, and the assessment of potential wide area telecommunication solution. And all this under the aspect that whatever telecommunication solution is proposed, it should not interfere with the observation of the radio telescopes in the area. Nadia, if you could please move to the next slide. Just a brief sketch of how the report was structured. We tried to compile a readable report of around 50 pages, which after an introduction gives an overview of the legislative framework in which we are operating. In a third chapter, we discuss let's say maybe the social dynamics in the Karoo area and the social implications of the report. The fourth chapter is the technical chapter, in which we go into the details of technical solutions and discuss their viability and feasibility. And of course, the summarizing chapter with all the recommendations. The next 150 pages of the report essentially contain the technical investigations, and maybe are not really intended for the general public. But of course, everything is there in the open. Nadia, please, if you could move to the next slide. So as I mentioned, the second chapter of the study is concerned with the legislative framework, and essentially we focused maybe on three aspects. Yeah? First of all, we had to discuss the parts of the radio frequency spectrum that can and cannot be used in order to allow the radioastronomical investigations to proceed. Then, of course, we had to look into the requirements to ask for permissions to operate in certain areas of the radio frequency spectrum. And lastly, there were also aspects of universal access and service targets in the Karoo, in the affected area. Yeah? So the legislation that is applicable, yeah, essentially is the Astronomy Geographic Advantage Areas Act and the subsequent regulations from 2009, which essentially started the regulation for a radio, let's call it a radio quiet zone. Then we have the report by Professor Kubus van Rooyen, in which essentially the declaration of a central astronomy advantage area is proclaimed, and which was preceded by intensive public participation process. Of course, the Electronics Communication Act, the ECASA Act is crucial, yeah? But also the Electronics Communication Act of 2005, in which the universal access targets for voice, data, and broadcasting are clearly stated. Yeah? And of course, the Karoo Central Astronomy Advantage Act from 2017, I think that proclaimed 3 different zones with 3 different radio frequency constraints, yeah, and makes explicit the regulation to protect the relevant frequency spectrum. Yeah. The next chapter, and at this point, I would like to ask Dr. Michael Gastro to briefly summarize the content of chapter 3. Michael, please, if you would like to proceed.
Thank you, Francesco, and good morning, honourable members, colleagues. It's great to see some familiar faces here. I will dive straight into it. I'd just like to start by acknowledging the outstanding accomplishments and truly enormous value of the SKA, both in South Africa and to the global science system. I say this because our analysis of the SKA's social setting in the Karoo does contain some critique, but I'd like to be unequivocal that this critique is put forward in order to benefit the SKA and its mission. So in terms of context, in terms of stakeholder relations and ICT infrastructure in the Karoo area, the SKA strategic position is determined by these legislative technical aspects, but the social arena is really important. As you can imagine, local support presents an opportunity for the SKA to enhance its impact, for example, by more constructive cooperation with respect to land acquisition, adherence to ICT restrictions, or collaboration with local development initiatives. And conversely, local resistance by the public presents risks, such as reduced cooperation in these areas or worse. So consideration of the social setting, local support, local resistance, its causes, its consequences, is therefore critical from a strategic point of view for the SKA. We've heard about the Northern Cape. We know the context is that of extreme unemployment inequality, and also it is an underserviced area as defined by ICASA. And what we found through extensive field research and documentary research is that uncertainty about access to ICT services does have negative impacts for the local community in various ways, the most significant being the agricultural sector. It's worth bearing in mind that unlike previous generations, perhaps, the business of farming is heavily reliant on technology and ICT connectivity. So restrictions or uncertainty about restrictions to ICT access directly curtail the pragmatics of running a farm and present personal sacrifices and material safety risks for both farm managers and farm workers. And we need to hold that in mind. And what we found from looking at the documentary evidence is that uncertainty based on changing messages from the SKA creates a great deal of anxiety for these parties because they become unsure about their planning, their future, their investments, their social settings, their choices. And these anxieties have fueled the formation of civil society structures. A few of them, I think the Landbouaksie group is the most significant. And these in various ways have actively resisted the SKA's agenda in the Karoo area. Could we go to recommendations, please? So we came up with these recommendations. The first is that a communication and engagement strategy for ICT interventions in the Karoo specifically should be developed, including delineating emergent and participative engagement structures and processes, a plan for communication processes, messaging channels, and importantly, developing an evidence-based understanding of public perceptions and institutional agendas. And here I must declare an interest because Sarau has called for proposals to undertake precisely this research, and I've led an HSRC response to this call because I believe it would really substantively benefit the SKA to have this kind of evidence base. Now, we do acknowledge that there has been a sustained effort by the SKA to engage and communicate. That is without doubt. But our review of the evidence and our fieldwork found that some local publics in some instances felt excluded or otherwise marginalized by this process, for example, by meetings being held in English where there's an Afrikaans public, or by periods in which the public was blocked from engagement and the SKA only engaged with institutions like local government or organizational stakeholders. But the most significant matter that emerged was that changes to plans, for example, the configuration of the land that would be purchased, the configuration of the areas where ICTs would have different parameters, and shifting messages in these areas have eroded trust in the SKA to some extent. And the land acquisition process and the question of ICT access are interlinked. The one affects the other. And the use of NDAs in the land acquisition process has created space for suspicion amongst the farming community. And these things need to be surfaced and reckoned with. Then, importantly, the engagement process in this regard must be open and inclusive throughout. And this has some implications. For example, plans related to changes in ICT access and infrastructure should be openly shared and communicated. Consultation with stakeholders and the public should take place at all stages, including scoping, selecting options, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And this engagement process should not exclude any stakeholders or any members of the public. The agenda and the process should be set by local stakeholders and publics, and Sarau should remain mindful of power relations and their associated social dynamics throughout. And Afrikaans should be the primary language of engagement and communication, and all minutes of meetings should be publicly available. These are the kinds of changes that are recommended. Then there is a need to more closely coordinate between Sarau, the NRF, and the DSI with respect to messaging. So when we went back to parliamentary records and other public platforms, we found several examples where political principals, particularly in the bidding phase, made promises on behalf of the SKA, which were subsequently not met or misaligned with the messages of the SKA. And this leads to local publics growing skeptical of the political principles too, and signals a need to really align messages in an even more cohesive way. Then one of the difficult ones is that all previous failures to meet reasonable expectations and communicate consistently must be surfaced, acknowledged, and remedied where possible. Now, this may cause short-term discomfort to Sarau, but it is necessary for the long-term healing of damaged local relationships. Without such a process, uncertainty and suspicion are likely to remain, trust is likely to remain, eroded and adversarial positions may become entrenched. So these are critical, and it's one that might prove to be the most challenging for the SKA, and at the same time the most important. Finding these cases and acknowledging them publicly and acknowledging the difficulties that these have created for local publics will not be fun for the SKA, but it will be healing for that relationship and therefore to the SKA's benefit. I can also imagine that the untransformed nature of the local farming community will make this kind of accountability a difficult pill to swallow. The Northern Cape is not an area where transformation has made great progress, but the SKA will need to maintain a moral high ground in what may be an uncomfortable engagement. Finally, we recommended that that SARA reflect on its organizational culture, which is driven by the perspective of the natural sciences, where main considerations are scientific, technological, legislative, administrative, and we argue that a balanced approach would include insights from the social sciences and humanities, where we think about individual experiences and social dynamics and culture and political economy and power relations. In other words, local community contestation or issues are not just administrative or technical problems, but social challenges that need to be met through analysis and strategy. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you, Michael. And now I would like to invite Professor Riaan Volhoete to guide us through the technical part of the report and its recommendation. Riaan, please.
Thank you, Francisco. Good morning, everybody, honorable members, Chair. Yes, so the report is quite comprehensive, and being a detailed technical report, I'll try and summarize as best possible. If we look at technology solutions that we might implement or might require in this area, I think first of all we should ask, are they feasible? We always want more than what we can get, but we are working with the laws of nature. And some of the possible solutions might not be feasible technically or financially to implement. Then we must look at the desirability of that. The user might want it, but it might be not desirable by the science of the overall project, which we also have to keep in mind. We have to balance it. It must be viable, in other words, economically and technically again. The particular technology or technologies that we propose must definitely address voice and data communication. That is our daily experience in a serviced area where we live. And there's reason for these people to expect the same in that particular area. In the past, there was a definite distinction between voice and data communication, which is now merged. I mean, we all use things like WhatsApp and various other packet data solutions, and voice and data has become very much a merged solution, except where mobile communications is concerned, which we will deal with a little bit later. So there must be a solution for both voice and data. Then a big concern is safety and emergency. It is a huge area, very widespread, as the Minister has actually alluded to, and I think the DG as well in the presentations. And that presents us with technical challenges. So safety and emergency is a prime concern. What happens if somebody falls seriously ill? If the police is required in some of these remote areas, it must be possible to get hold of people like that. And then cost is actually irrelevant. It becomes a question of human life. So there are three overarching requirements of local users of communications technology. It must be convenient, not too onerous. It must be affordable, and not just at residences, but also in the immediate surroundings for both for farm owners and workers. One of the comments I've heard and responses I've heard in meetings and on numerous occasions, meetings as well as, as on a personal level, is yes, I could possibly afford a VSAT connection or something like that. But what about my poor workers? I can afford maybe a new phone. These people cannot. I mean, it's raining now in that area, but they've had 10 years of desperate drought. And if you want to see poverty, you could go and look like even 3 months ago, 6 months ago in the general area and the desperate condition that the area and the people have been in for basically a decade. Then we're all very used to the fact that we can use our phone anytime, basically anywhere. And who can now imagine existing without that? We have all our services on it. We do our banking on it. We do emergency calls from it, personal calls, everything. So communication needs to be mobile whenever, if at all possible. And then we need a personal wide area voice communications, primarily voice for emergency and safety. Now, how do we do that? Thank you, Nadia. If you can just carry on. So we have to try and marry the very interesting but also very strict requirements of the SKA science that it is useless if South Africa and in fact the international community invest in this multi-billion project and we blinded by some ill-conceived solution that we could have in the area of some remnant of previous communication facilities that might have existed. And hence we have the Karoo Advantage Act and all the communication restrictions that go with it, for good reasons. So we looked at possible solutions with which we can actually consolidate the two. And what we found is that a hybrid solution between a fiber-based backbone, because remember, if we look at solutions, we always have a type of backbone, which we have with our cell phone coverage. We have a base station close to where you live and what you use, but those stations are connected to some form of infrastructure. We have to have the same kind of solution here. So what is it? And we investigated that we could implement a hybrid solution between fiber and wireless meaning microwave. That is not always possible because we, again, are dealing with huge distances. And in the days of yore, every farm had a copper-linked telephone. That doesn't exist anymore. Those lines are all gone. Even the poles are gone. And although the SKA, the project itself, will implement a large spread out fiber network linking all their telescopes, that is not immediate and it will take years to roll out. So we have to take into account on when and how that will happen. It might be a feasible solution, but not an immediately practical solution. So conventional cell-based mobile coverage is ideal, but it's very problematic in terms of interference for the science and the telescopes, except in a very few specific locations where the footprint of the mobile coverage is reduced to the towns in the area and maybe some spill in external areas, but there is a big risk in that, so therefore it has to be reduced. The conclusion is that although we have suggested in the report and analyzed and actually did a concept design of a extended microwave and fiber solution, which will be technically provide us with an excellent service, but it will be very expensive to install due to, again, the distances involved. And there's also a maintenance aspect of that, which we'll come to a little bit later. So what do we do? What can we do? And the only possibility in an unconnected area like we now have, from basically an unconnected area and so spread out, is to look at satellite connectivity. So it has got its limitations. It also has RFI risks, but those risks are fairly well known and they can be managed to a certain extent. So we have proposed that VSAT by satellite connectivity, data connectivity is an option. And those options, of course, are growing because with the new constellations that have been launched, like Starlink and various others, that type of connectivity is definitely increasing largely. So I think that option has developed a lot in the last year since we've actually completed the report. So that is one option. It is also possible to have a combination of options A and B. So when we have the scope to develop option A, with fiber being more readily available and so on, and implemented in localized positions, we can have a very good merging of options A and B. The model that we have looked at in detail and that you will find in the report is, okay, you can service the permanent homesteads in the farms, etc., and the other positions as well in the greater area. And we should just remind ourselves that the area that we're talking about is roughly 300 kilometers from north to south and roughly 250 kilometers wide. It's about 75,000 square kilometers in total. So it really is huge. But the model that we're looking at is that you provide some form of a backbone to a particular location, call that a farm. And then locally on the farm, one can, not in all locations, because in some areas you might cause interference problems to maybe a telescope that might not be there at the moment, but will be there in some years' time. But then a localized Wi-Fi type solution provided. You choose your equipment very carefully and you choose your frequency band very carefully. So that is an option in which way you can provide connectivity to not just to a single residence, but to a spot, a small locality, which could include the personnel and workers of in that particular area, and provide a very economical and hopefully quite an efficient service to everybody in that particular area. And that is definitely something that is possible. So you can have a combination of those two. Then, to address the emergency side, seeing that we will not have any form of mobile, truly mobile phone type communications available, the only solution really is to look at a radio-based communication solution. And there, again, we have to be careful that we don't cause interference to the overall science of the project. And due to various investigations in which Soraya in the past, even before the report was started, and also in that process I participated in, we have come to the conclusion that the only more or less risk-free solution is a VHF-based low-band digital radio communications network that we can implement over the larger area. It is relatively economical, and it can provide a good coverage over a very wide area. I think one should just be a little bit careful here, not to view it as an overarching solution to all problems. It is what the name says. It's an emergency communications network into which the people like the police, ambulance services, and so on can link into, or should be linked into, which can then be communicated with in a state of emergency. The network is of such a nature that you can actually do a phone call from the network, and then you can do a small messaging from the particular instruments, but the bandwidth is very, very limited. due to licensing regulations and various other technical considerations. So it is not a solution to all problems. But that is one of the recommendations in the report. Next slide, please. So the recommendations in summary is that internet connectivity should be provided to all priority farms and user locations by means of VSAT in the short term. If it's not convenient to provide fiber or any other way, because microwave is also problematic interference-wise. It can be implemented in certain locations, but not everywhere. So if there's a large enough community, the one that I can, for example, can think of is the one north of Brandvlei, east of Brandvlei, Swartkop. There are quite a number of people there, actually quite a substantial community living there. A community like that, one can do an investment to provide a interference-free microwave link and the local footprint of internet connectivity. That is feasible, and there are various other areas like that. So we could do that. The next is clearly this is an expensive undertaking, and we must also be mindful of the affordability of these servers, particularly by the local community. Those are people that are not haven't got a lot of money, to say the least, in many cases. And we should investigate a subsidy model to support this kind of service. Then the emergency communications network should be implemented as a priority. There has been cases there that I've been personally informed by very concerned local community members where a grave health problem, somebody had an emergency, and they couldn't even call the ambulance. They had a security-related incident where the police has actually been there on a totally different mission 15 minutes before, and they left, and they couldn't be called back to come and look at this. So that is a priority. It has also been initiated by SARAO, and the first phase of that particular project is underway implementation-wise. It's not being built yet, but we are in the planning and contractual phase of that. And then we spoke about VSAT, a subsidy model being investigated in the short term for radios and the operations and maintenance. Next slide, please. Also, what we are going to need is an active operational and management center, which should be strategically placed, possibly in Carnarvon. In the first phase of the emergency communication system, we are placing it at the site operations office, for lack of anything else, in the interim, at Deurfontein. But in the longer term, we would see a 24-hour manned operational management center from where maintenance can be undertaken, emergencies can be coordinated, and so on. So that should be done. And then something like a Section 21 company, but definitely a public-private partnership be formed to oversee and undertake the monitoring, the admin and maintenance of these networks. In there, we see an opportunity to really involve the local community also as a job creation activity. And I think it would be excellent for the general image of the entire project, in order to get the local community involved, make them feel part of the entire initiative. So that is the structure of that. I think is being under investigation by SARAO. Dr. Aaron can correct me on that, but my information is that they are definitely looking at it. And then, of course, the big thing about financing, that somebody has got to finance all these activities, and ASSAf recommended that SARAO be approached for the financing of the infrastructure, and SARAO would then choose how to go about that, whether they want to involve the SKA organization as a whole, government, etc. But that is part of the recommendations. I think that is all. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rihan. And I hope that we were able to share the content of our study. I would just like to add one aspect that I wanted to mention in my opening remarks, but then I forgot, and that is that our study was reviewed by national and international reviewers. Nationally, we had Professor Brian Armstrong, who is the chair of digital business at WITS and had been before that for several years the chief operating officer of Telcom. Then we had Dr. Margaret Ndungu from Kenya. She's a consultant in the ICT sector for many governmental and non-governmental organizations, is also involved with the Digital Africa project of the African Union Commission. And then we had Professor Martin Lavery from Glasgow, who is an optical communications specialist, yeah, and has also been involved with writing a roadmap for the deployment of high-speed networks, communication networks for the developing world. Yeah? And with that, I will take this opportunity to thank the committee for having us here this morning and for being able to share with you the outcome of our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues, DG and Chairperson. That concludes the ASSAf report. Thank you again for the opportunity. Over to you, DG.
Okay, I'll take over from here. Thank you so much, colleagues. I think DG may have stepped out for a second. Prof. Himmler, you still didn't give me that lesson on your surname.
It's very easy. If you like the Americans from the South of America, where they say, "So do we all quickly?" It's Sudiao.
Sudiao, okay. I wanted to make sure I'm pronouncing it well.
No, it's not a problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Okay, DG, I see you now. I don't know if you mind if we just go directly to the next presentation.
Yes, I think it will be done by Dr. Rob Adam, I assume.
Chair, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Adam.
Yeah, at the outset, I want to say that I'm about to be hit by load shedding. And so I have arranged, I have an emergency dongle to go over onto, but there would be an interruption. And so I've arranged for Adrian Tiplady, who's not affected in this way, to actually give the presentation that is in my name, if that's okay. But I would like to, before this happens, I'd like to introduce the two topics and give some background in particular to what led to the ASSAf study that has just been presented to you. What happened was that in a meeting that I had with farmers, the Landbouactie Group, maybe 3.5 years ago in Carnarvon, the question was put to us in the meeting as to whether we had fully investigated all of the options for alternative communications. And a proposal was put to us that we use the services of a particular individual who would be able to help us reach a conclusion. And so, having been on the ASSAf Council myself for a period of 10 years, it immediately occurred to me that, well, you know, having a report by an individual is not nearly as valuable as having a report by a statutory body which works in a methodologically valid way, has checks and balances, has access to experts, etc. So in that meeting, which, by the way, although I spoke English, there are always interpreters in those meetings who are able to interpret from English to Afrikaans and vice versa. I made this proposal and it was accepted in the meeting, and as a result, the NRF approached ASSAf to conduct the study. In terms of the other presentation which you'll receive, which is on the Geographic Advantage Act of 2007, I mean, the background to this act is that human development has seriously affected the connection between humanity and the heavens. That may sound like a dramatic statement, but just imagine what human development and history would have been like if the Earth was covered by an impenetrable layer of cloud and nobody could see the stars. We would not have navigation as we know it. We wouldn't even have mathematics as we know it. So there is this connection, which is unfortunately becoming increasingly tenuous, between human intellectual development and astronomy, which has existed since time immemorial, since our first ancestors looked upwards with amazement and tried to understand what they were seeing. So in 2007, what was drafted was a bill which ultimately became an act, which protected astronomical resources in different frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum. Obviously, in the optical region, you have light pollution, which interferes with the ability to observe. And in the radio spectrum, you have so-called radio frequency interference, where very strong signals from cell phones and even from petrol ignition systems, microwaves, hair dryers, etc., those signals are much stronger than the very faint signals that we're picking up from objects which are, in some cases, billions of light years away. And as a result, the signal we get from them is vastly attenuated over distance. So as a result, the Minister of Science and Innovation, responsible for science and innovation, has been given the power to put regulations in place which protect this geographic area of the Northern Cape for the purpose of astronomy investigations for South Africa and for the rest of the world, frankly, because these particular areas in Chile, South Africa, Australia are few and far between, where you can get the observing conditions which are special and are worthy of being preserved in this way. So having made the introduction, Adrian, can I hand over to you and Salilo?
Thank you. Can everyone hear me and see the slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. And it's certainly a pleasure to be engaging with yourself and the Portfolio Committee following our visit last week to the site. And Dr. Adam has largely given the first part of the presentation, speaking about the sensitivity of radio telescopes. They are essentially extremely sensitive radio receivers, trying to pick up these very faint radio emissions from cosmic sources, but they can be interfered with. Those scientific observations can be interfered with by these unwanted man-made radio signals or radio frequency interference, and we typically sometimes refer to the acronym as RFI. And they're these weak radio signals from distant transmitters and smartwatches. And you will recall from the visit last week, you would have been requested to try to turn off your smartwatches and cell phones. And then there are strong radio signals those can corrupt scientific data. And then there's strong radio signals that will corrupt scientific data and may potentially damage the radio telescope receivers. If you turn a cell phone on right next to a radio telescope, it could very well damage the very sensitive and very expensive radio receivers mounted on the telescope. And so the way we go about protecting radio telescopes is two ways. Firstly, build telescopes in remote, sparsely populated areas. And secondly, to ensure regulatory protection. And that's what we've proceeded to do in ensuring that we are able to host this multinational radio telescope called the SKA and many other astronomy facilities co-located at the site. And this is quite an interesting picture, but it really tells you the story as to how the original site for the SKA was identified and located. This is a population density map of South Africa, so you can identify the areas of Johannesburg and Tshwane and Cape Town down there in the tip, Durban, where I'm originally from. And population density is a very good indicator for the presence of radio frequency interference, because people like to carry cell phones, they like to carry Bluetooth devices. And so what you want to do is you want to try to build a radio telescope, which is in a very sparsely populated area. And in fact, the Northern Cape province is one of the best locations in the world for international investment in radio astronomy research infrastructure. The SKA, you already know about it. It's a multinational endeavor. The International SKA Observatory was launched in January of 2021. It is an intergovernmental treaty organization, and South Africa is, apart from just being a founding member of the SKA Observatory, has played a very critical role in the scientific and technical development of the SKA telescope. And many of the technologies that you saw on the Meerkat telescope last week will be utilized and inform the design of the SKA telescope that we built in the Northern Cape province. It will be deployed in phases. The first phase is a €1 billion investment in construction costs, and a further €1 billion will be required for operating for over a period of 10 years. As mentioned, the AGA Act was declared, and really the primary objective of the Act is to optimize the radio frequency environment. You may have heard this term or the phrase radio quiet zone, which I personally do not like, because it is not trying to eliminate every single radio signal in the declared areas, and there's a map of the declared areas over there in the slide. It really is trying to optimize the use of the radio frequency environment, enabling essential radio telecommunication services to be hosted or provided within the area, but also enable the SKA telescope and Meerkat telescope now to conduct scientific observations and really optimize the science return and our return on investment, scientific and socioeconomic return on investment in radio astronomy infrastructure within the area. The way it's implemented is it's really done on a permit application process where we undertake a risk assessment on each kind of application. So all of the signal or service providers will apply for continued operation or deployment of radio telecommunication services in the area. And the Astronomy Management Authority, located within the Department of Science and Innovation and supported through an agreement with South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, conduct quite a technical assessment of those applications, and it's very consultative. We work together with the service providers and the various applicants to determine how best they can mitigate their impact on the SKA whilst being able to deliver the services in a more radio astronomy friendly manner. And a very good example I'd like to point to is our engagement with previously with the Department of Communications in the deployment in digital migration, migrating from old analog television to digital television. Now, digital television can be provided either through big transmitters on the ground or via satellite. And so we work together with the Department of Communications to enable us to effectively deploy 100% deployment of satellite television within the Central Astronomy Advantage area. And it was one of the first areas, in fact, in South Africa where digital migration took place. And satellite television, digital television, is a significantly more a radio astronomy friendly manner in which the television signal is going to be distributed, as opposed to very high powered terrestrial broadcasters in the area. The AMA process will issue a permit to the service provider, and it may or may not include technical restrictions. And financial compensation is available for service providers to implement those technical restrictions. And the implementation of those restrictions can take a number of years. And in fact, we're busy working and engaging with the GSM service providers, who we have been engaging with since the original drafting of the AGA Act, approximately 2006, 2007. And we are working with them to look at a long-term plan as to how they'll implement the various requirements of the protection measures for the SKA. And this also includes ongoing engagement with the CASA. There's a special SKA CASA committee that has been established for many years, in which we engage on matters of spectrum management policy and ensuring that there's all the stakeholders are engaging on what is required for the ongoing protection of radio astronomy facilities within the Karoo Central Astronomy Advantage area. I've just highlighting two quick examples here. On the left, you will see the image on the top, and apologies, you don't necessarily need to be able to read the legend, but you will see the blue area. That was historically the signal coverage provided for the rail infrastructure. So there's a big railway line going through the Karoo Central Astronomy Advantage area. And that was the signal coverage provided for the rail infrastructure for signaling, very critical and important safety-related signal. And the image on the bottom, which is in that red or pink color, shows an optimized deployment of that same signaling technology. And you can see it's substantially smaller. And what the intention here was to do was to ask, how best can you mitigate the impact that you have on the SKA telescope without completely removing the vital service and the essential service that you require? And ultimately, the signal is required along the railway line infrastructure, because trains stay on their rails and they don't go anywhere beyond those rails. So deploying that signal along the railway infrastructure was not compromising the ability for Transnet to deploy its signaling radio signals. The image on the right is that is optimization work that is currently underway. The green coverage underlying that orange distribution is what the current GSM coverage or cell phone coverage is like. The orange coverage is currently work underway in respect of how best can we optimize GSM coverage in the area so that we can get signal as far as possible, but without posing a significant risk to the SKA telescope. As Dr. Adam indicated, he did indicate the background to commissioning of the ASSAf study. And really it is to establish this common independent point of departure for stakeholders within the Karoo to inform long-term programs implemented by SORAO and various other third parties for the rollout of appropriate telecommunication services in the area. At this point, I'd just like to acknowledge my colleague, Salado Matlandi, who's been largely responsible for implementing not only the alternative telecommunications program that exists within SORAO, but also in supporting the Astronomy Management Authority into undertaking its responsibilities for protection of the Karoo Central Astronomy Advantage area. And you'll certainly be able to answer any questions that may arise out of this very short presentation. And we welcome the recommendations and the findings of the ASSAf report, because it does inform our strategy going forward, but it also confirms many of the activities that we have been undertaking historically within SORAO. So since 2015, we have deployed satellite services within the area to provide broadband internet coverage. So approximately 300 what are called VSATs have been deployed. And in fact, very recently, we've just issued a new contract to a service provider to deploy a further 150 satellites called VSAT connections and Wi-Fi installations. The capital costs associated with all of this is fully subsidized by the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. The technology enables utilization of existing smartphones without a cell phone signal from a traditional base station. So it does address connectivity issues in respect of both fixed voice and data communications at the various farms in the area, as well as smartphone functionality, which is one of the additional requirements that have been identified by the various community members we've engaged with. Secondly, we have historically deployed a mobile radio system and established partnerships with local rural safety and disaster management stakeholders. And the intention here was really to provide a single platform for all the various stakeholders. And I think the point made by Professor Voluta during the ASSAf presentation was very important. Safety and security and access to emergency services seen as being extremely important in the area. And the strategy here is really to establish a common mobile platform that can be utilized not only by emergency services and rural safety stakeholders, but also the local community, farmers and farm workers within the area. And we currently have deployed base stations or transmitter sites within the area. And we've deployed approximately 200 devices, and we're doing functional testing that's underway. The capital costs for the system are fully subsidized by SARAO, as well as partially in respect of the operational costs, to ensure that the system is accessible not only from a technical point of view, but also from a financial perspective in the area. Now, in response to the ASSAf study recommendations, I think we fully support the recommendations that have been made. We have an existing stakeholder management function that has been deployed within the area for many years, and it's always good to look and revise and see different strategies that are being deployed and implemented. And we are currently undertaking a revision of our stakeholder management strategy to take on board a number of the recommendations that have been made through the ASSAf study. We, of course, are continuing to deploy our VSAT systems. As indicated, we've deployed 300 already. We have a new tender to deploy a further 150 systems. And these are, of course, subsidized to enable broadband services at a price point that is achievable in fiber in metros. So the pricing that is being offered to the local community is largely equivalent to, in fact, I think currently better than the pricing I can get through a service provider in Johannesburg. So I think that's really served an excellent purpose in trying to promote and enhance access to broadband services in the area. We are, as I indicated, we are currently deploying a VHF radio system. And going forward, we will look, this is an interim solution until a low band system is fully deployed. Again, in this case, capital costs will be fully subsidized. And we're doing that jointly together with the International SKA Observatory. In respect of the establishment of a control center, of course, this is critically important. We have one established through the contract for our existing radio system, and will do so through contracts with future service providers. I think what is also very important is recognizing that our alternative communications program is not seen from our perspective as a once-off investment. And to this extent, we are busy drafting terms of reference for what is called a key user group. And this key user group will include stakeholders from the local communities and local stakeholders to ensure that the alternative communications program continues to invest in telecommunication technology that is radio astronomy friendly during the full course of operations of the SKA telescope. So that we're very mindful of the fact of new technologies, new needs, and new requirements. And so this is an ongoing and long-term program as opposed to a very short-term deployment of infrastructure. I'd like to just stop there. I'm very mindful of time, and thank you for listening to me, and happy to take any questions along with my colleague, Salelo.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Adrian. DG, anything from your side? CEO?
No, thanks very much, Chair. Nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Adam, I see you're still on, but I know you had said you might have load shedding. Would you like to say anything before I open to members?
Yeah, I've made the switch, Chair, to the dongle, so I should be okay. There just would have been an interruption during my actual presentation while I did that. No, I have nothing to add, Chair. I think Adrian's given a very full presentation.
Okay.
Happy to respond to questions.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'd like to now note members who would like to engage. Okay, I note the hand of Honorable Boshoff. I'll note other members as we go. Honorable Boshoff, you may go ahead.
I really like to express my appreciation for this report that we got from ASSAf, and I would also would like to commend Dr. Adam for recommending that the whole report is not done by a certain or a single person, by an individual, but by a group, with the whole process of peer review and everything that is the going way of doing things in the scientific community. As far as Professor Gastro's part is concerned, I must say that this is the most comprehensive and honest expression of how the whole rollout of Sarau has been perceived by the community that I have ever seen from an official source. I don't think I'm particularly overcritical if I say that the SKA was very not likely to concede any kind of harm to the community, either economical or social or whatever. Everything has been presented as if it is an unconditional blessing to the area where this happens. And even the list that we received with our visit of all the advantages and all the investments done by the SKA or for the SKA or in regard to the SKA, it would all even say 135,000 hectares was saved for posterity, meaning that if it remained in the hands of the farmers, it would be lost to posterity. But fortunately, it's been taken from them and given to sandparks, and therefore it's safe for posterity. So it is just to confirm what Professor Gastro found, if I pronounce it correctly. Somehow it sounds to me like a little bit of a stomach problem now that I pronounce it, so it sounds wrong. But the mistrust that has been a part of the whole process, and I want to use two metaphors. The one is a dam which is being built. Government or whoever decides this dam has to be built. This is the height of the wall. This is the area to be covered, and we're very sorry, but we'll have to buy your land because it's going to be underwater one of these days. The problem with the SKA is nobody exactly knew, if I am correct, exactly knew how large that dam would be. So at the beginning, there were certain representations about how much land would be influenced, to what extent communication would be influenced, and it led to the whole idea of shifting goalposts, which was exposed or described in this report very well, and I'm very happy about that. I must also say that with our visit, especially to the Williston abattoir. I also perceived a somewhat arrogant way of dealing with these issues by, well, in this case specifically, Dr. Anton Binneman, who is the stakeholder manager, and who, in a sense, did not find it correct that we engage with farmers themselves, because he would represent farmers to us. It's very much the same to me that if we go to a university and the student dean wants to present the SRC's case to us and not wanting us as a committee to engage with the SRC itself or with the trade unions or whatever. The other metaphor, it's a little bit more negative, and I don't think it's a case. I'll just leave that. Let's just go with the idea of a dam being built, but the problem not knowing exactly what the impact would be. So I'm very glad about these recommendations, and even more for the fact that the SKA says that it accepts those recommendations in full. As regarding the technical stuff about the communication and the different systems and so on, there I'm a little bit more in a position of just accepting what I'm hearing or reading, because I'm not well versed in that area. So one would still like to get one's own advice from your own panel of experts. But it seems, from what I know, very well done and very well researched. I want to thank Professor Boliter for doing something which natural scientists and technologists very often find difficult, and that is to explain things with which way they work every day to people who don't know a lot about it. And then also that Mr. or Dr. Tablady, I'm not quite sure, basically confirms what was found by the committee and says that it is being implemented. The most important thing that I saw in this part of the report, or the response to the report, is to say that it's not a once-off thing. These people who are entrepreneurs in this area, they have to advance with time. We can't get them somewhere and then freeze it over there. So it has to advance over time, and I'm very positive about him saying that this is an ongoing involvement, and that communication, which is increasingly important also in the farming sector, even in the extensive stock farming that we have over there, is of critical importance also to the SKA. I have just one question that I want to add to that, which is a little bit more of concern to me, and that is that at present one loses cell phone sign if you are a traveler or tourist at Forsberg. You have a little bit of signal again in Carnarvon, then a little bit again in Williston, and then a little bit in Calvinia again. It is a problem. I travel that road very often, and I haven't had mechanical problems or some kind of emergency on that road, thankfully. But I'm wondering what's going to happen, because none of these, if I listen correctly, it gives a solution for travelers or tourists going through the area in a cell phone silent environment. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. Honourable Makesi.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the presenters. For me, I just want to, to commend the work that I've seen being done by both Saro and Sarau, and also Sau within, Carnarvon and Sutherland. And what I observed most importantly is how they basically have entrenched themselves within the community, and by identifying the issues that are pertinent and which are basically, kind of holding the communities back. We had, conversations about the fact that having appreciated as well, the challenges that were stated earlier during the ASSAf presentation. I just would like just to add some of the, the challenges that we have observed as a portfolio committee. Not only, the issue of language, that was brought as well into our attention. It was an issue of, accessibility, accessibility of health, accessibility of education, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the science and the physics teacher that is not currently existing in the primary school in Sutherland. There were also issues of the fact that, as Honorable Bostov has just mentioned, traveling. For instance, if you were to get sick and you're in Sutherland, and the only ambulance that's going to come is going to be coming from Carnarvon, whereby, to get there, the road that connects there is gravel. And as you know, there's no, as we already said, there's no telecommunication. So if anything happen, there won't be any communication within that, that distance. And we experienced that as well as a committee as we're traveling for hours, that there's no connectivity, and also it was a gravel road. And it's something that I believe, as we've already mentioned, that we need to have a more collaborative discussion with the different departments, which is the Department of Roads as well, to ensure that this road. We cannot really be expecting that SKA or SARAO to be the ones that are responsible for roads, or to be the ones that, that make sure that, there are nurses in the clinics, because currently they only have one nurse. There's no social worker, despite the fact that there are very critical social issues there. As I mentioned, earlier I mentioned the issue of fetal alcohol syndrome. It's an issue, and yet there's no social worker there. So I know that the Department of Higher Education, Science and Technology is doing a lot to make sure that they do their part, and it has been evident. But what is actually missing is collaboration within the different departments, and that has already been mentioned. And I think that we need to really emphasize on that. And also the issue of connectivity. It is part of Department of Telecommunication. It cannot be, the responsibility of science and technology. It cannot be, the responsibility of SARAO and SAO to make sure that there's connectivity. It is good that there has been studies that has been done. There's collaboration, hopefully, with our service providers, and hopefully with the telecommunication department as well. But at the end of the day, it lies with them to be the ones that provide a telecommunication. My question here is basically to say that, as much as we're saying that from the presentation that we had earlier on telecommunication, that VSAT is a type of connectivity that you're considering. I just want to find out, how much does it cost? Is it affordable? And does it mean that the people around the area can be able to access internet through this? And will that be will it be free, or do they have to pay for it? And also, and I would assume, because from what I understand, what Dr. Rob Adam was saying, that this report, it comes from 2007. So it looks like, whatever the issues and challenges that have been identified haven't been dealt with as quickly as they should have been, because you cannot have a report of 2007 and now we are in 2022 and we're still talking about the same issues. So I just want to find out, how soon do we think that this VSAT will be rolled out? If it's something that is being considered, and who's going to be paying for that? And as well as also, I want to understand, because Elon Musk as well is coming with Starlink, and I think that will actually be accessible to especially in the rural areas. I think that's the main idea behind this development of Elon Musk, is to ensure that there's internet throughout the world, and is easily accessible and is accessible, and also as well as affordable. So have we looked at that as well as an alternative? Because I think that is going to be very soon I just want to know, like, we stand, how much is VSAT, who's going to be, funding that? And also, like, if I'm an ordinary Sutherlander or somebody from Carnarvon, will I be able to access internet through those, or do I have to be paying for it? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makesi and Honorable Boshoff. I think this is another one where you wish you could get that video that we got at Sarau, but I think firstly let's appreciate the some of the honesty, I guess, and the bluntness of the presentation from ASSAf. I think I personally would like to appreciate the first couple of slides that speaks to the findings, and specifically in relation to the uncertainty that exists within the community, the challenges around perhaps inconsistent messaging and limited public engagement, and opposition to the SKA project and the impact around the project itself. And I think for me, more than anything, just looking at the presentation from ASSAf and looking at the presentation from Sarau, I would implore on the department DG to look at the two presentations and try and find where these presentations complement one another and where there's synergy in terms of what is being said by ASSAf, or what is being found by ASSAf's research and what is being said by Sarau. And then also looking at the contradictions in the two articulations. This stems from what we saw during Oversight DG, where we would be told that there's, stakeholder engagements with the community, and then we get to a particular location and you have a disgruntled member of the community who could be representing themselves only or a collective. So essentially what we are then privy to is the fact that not everyone is on the same page in terms of what could have happened, what happened. And this, for example, speaks to the issue of land and the compensation thereof in order for us to expand the SKA project or the work being done by Sarau. So I think for us, what is important as a committee is to understand the contradictions, if there are any. So even if we're saying that 70% of the people we engaged were in agreement and there was a 30% that wasn't in agreement, that is important for us to understand so that we have a holistic understanding of what the community in these affected areas are feeling like, right? So that we're not caught off guard, and so that we have a holistic understanding of what is happening. So even in this case, DG, I want to implore on yourself to perhaps create a two-columned table that speaks, that directly juxtaposes the synergies of what the two presentations are speaking to and the contradictions thereof. So yeah, I want to appreciate what Mr. Gastro said, and I'm not sure what Honorable Boshoff was trying to allude to in terms of Mr. Gastro's surname, but you are protected, Mr. Gastro, in this committee. And because I mean, even when you speak about on the language issue, let's just stick to language. In the one presentation, it said that the engagements weren't fully accommodating of the fact that that community is predominantly Afrikaans speaking. Whereas Dr. Adam would then say that no, but there were interpreters. Yes, we present in English, but there are interpreters. So this is where we want to understand who's fooling who. As one of our colleagues at VUT would have said in the past, we really need to understand where we stand. And then I think I was answered, but I wanted to ask how far how much land mass do we need to protect, to keep this area, well, to protect the work that's being done there in terms of its, geographic advantage, it being a geographic advantageous area, right? So I think I heard something about 75,000 square kilometers. I think that's the landmass that was spoken to. But perhaps one would also want to understand what the population size is. So how many people are we talking to? When we're saying people are going to be affected, how many people are we speaking to? I mean, of course, Honorable Boshoff speaks about, Mr. Gastro, you will respond when, per the instruction of DG, of course, and colleagues that are leading the both delegations. So you can lower your hand. I'm sure they'll hand over to you to respond to some of the questions from members. So one would like to understand the population that we're speaking to, because my understanding is that, and I can be corrected by colleagues here. So the alternative telecommunication is not necessarily needed within the towns themselves. So not in Carnarvon itself, not in Williston itself, and the other surrounding towns. So essentially, but colleagues can assist, but I think what I really want to understand is how many people are we speaking to when we're saying people will be affected? And then, yeah, I think I want to just, I'm sorry, colleagues, I'm going to be all over the place a bit because my notes are just scattered a bit. But having experienced the cutoff myself, in terms of network, I mean, when you drive out of Carnarvon and then you turn, I don't know what road that is, but you drive out of Carnarvon for a couple of kilometers, then you turn right, and that whole long stretch going towards, the site, you literally immediately lose network. And I don't know if this is a case only of Vodacom or if this is the case of all the other networks. And so one would assume that we've already started to protect the work that is being done in that area. And so I think I worry, like Honorable, was it Honorable Makesi or Boshoff? I'm not sure. I think both. I worry about the safety of travelers who are not necessarily, who don't have access to the alternative communication devices that we will be creating, right? So, and the stretches, I mean, as Honorable Boshoff said, the stretch between one town to the other is extremely great. It's very vast. And I think it would be important that together with, I guess, I don't know who deals with signage on roads, but it would be important that we have that sort of signage to say to citizens that, look, you're the same way you'll be told that it's misty, the same way you'll be told that there's rocks that are going to fall, the same way you'll be told that there's potholes. I think it's important that we also indicate to citizens who are passing through that area that you're bound to lose network now. I think that just as a safety mechanism, those are some of the proactive initiatives we as a department can start to liaise with the departments that are responsible for that type of signage on our roads. And then one would perhaps also want to understand what the ICT infrastructure, the history of ICT infrastructure in that area is before the SKA. So where do we come from prior to the SKA and us trying to protect the space and protect its geographic advantage, and then us coming in and doing the work that we're doing and us trying to expand, our protection of it being a geographic advantage area. So what is the ICT history, if there is something of that nature, of the area? And then it speaks to, I think it was on the ASSAf presentation, it speaks to Saral financing the infrastructure of this particular project. And does Saral have the financial capacity to finance it? I'd also like to find out if we have been having engagements with the other departments that could be related to the work that we're doing there. For example, the Department of Communications and Information Technology. And then when the proposed packages. I'm going to call them packages because that's what's called other networks would refer to them, right? Have these been presented in monetary value to the community now? And I'm assuming it has, because you're saying about 300. I don't know if that's people or if it's households or what it is, but there's already an existence of, I think, 300 VSATs in the community. Oh yeah, 300 VSATs already deployed through previous open tender. So I'm assuming when we engage in the community on these packages, there's some sort of finances that are attached to it. And one would like to know, because we keep on saying, and I think even in Saral's presentation, that there's a huge emphasis on it being accessible and affordable. So what does that look like? I hear Adrian was saying that it could pass as being more affordable than other networks in the big cities like Gauteng, well, the big cities in Pretoria, Johannesburg, and those in the Western Cape as well. But like, what does that look like? I think as a committee would appreciate the figures of that, and not just words. So that's on that. I think we were trying to listen as colleagues were presenting on ASSAf, but I mean there are some semantics that were coming through as colleagues were presenting. And yes, we did receive the cover letter. We do have the greater report, but I think for presentation purposes, it's very important to try and find a balance between not having an extremely wordy and cumbersome presentation and not having a limited presentation. And I think the balance in that is very tricky because, when you listen to us as members, sometimes when we speak about this really technical matter, you think there's something wrong with us because one entity or one department can come and we say, got too many words in your presentations. Then another department or entity comes and we say you have too little words or too few words. So it's almost like, what do you want? But I think a balance somehow between the two would be appreciated because there are some matters that colleagues were speaking to that we could not necessarily locate in the presentation, but had to follow very, very succinctly. So I think I'll leave that was based more or less on ASSAf. So if I move on to Saral, I mean, definitely, I think your first slide or second slide speaks about the sensitivity of the technologies there, and you refer to smartwatches, and I lightly thought to myself, even AirPods. I mean, there were AirPods we had to leave at the gate because they wouldn't switch off. So I think members, by going to the site, do definitely have a full appreciation of the sensitivity of the technologies that are there and the work that you're trying to do there. I think and I would have loved to say this last, but we need to continuously work on communicating with the surrounding communities and getting them to understand the work that we're doing. In fact, I want to suggest that we go beyond the surrounding communities and speak to South Africa as a whole on the work that we're doing. And DG, this speaks to the work that Honorable Mananiso likes to stress of awareness programs, of outreach programs, so that citizens can equally have a buy-in on the work that is being done there, so that there's an appreciation, a countrywide appreciation of the work that is being done there, so that when you're asked to use an alternative telecommunication or to use alternative telecommunication infrastructure that may not be as easy to use or as comfortable or convenient to use as these smartphones we're using, and that it becomes easy for you as a citizen to agree to working with government and its entities in achieving this. So I think we need to continuously work on making citizens understand the investment and the return of the work that we are doing on their daily lived realities. And the committee will continue to stress this, DG, until we sound like a broken record, because it's too often that there are citizens who feel as though the sciences don't relate and speak to their lived realities, daily lived realities. and experiences. So we need to, through various, through multimedia platforms and strategies, speak to citizens and tell them what they're doing. I mean, just by taking the committee there, we already, of course, we've always supported the DSI and the work that it's done, just from the presentations we've received, you know, but going there physically has also increased that. So let's take science to the people, right? So that we can have a science and innovation space where you know, it's science for the people, by the people, with the people. So I think if we're able to do more of that work, we could get somewhere and use the very same science. It might not be Sarau who has the answers to some of the challenges and difficulties that the farmers or the workers or the members of that community have, but it's through Sarau that we can be a plug. You know, young people will speak to being a plug. So a middleman between various other opportunities and services that we can assist the neighboring communities in accessing. So that's the only way, DG, I think we can also deal with some of the ongoing stakeholder challenges that we are having, where there are still members of the community that haven't fully bought into the idea of what we're trying to do there. So then I think, and of course, without a doubt, we need to continue investing, doing the work we're doing at that high school in Carnarvon and the robotics team. DG, that is a good story to tell. I mean, those young people are competing internationally. Young people from a small dorpie in the Northern Cape of South Africa competing internationally. So let's continue to do that good work. The science program at the high school in Sutherland is another good story to tell. Those young people, the investments we've made there as the DSI, through the NRF, through SAU, there in that high school in Sutherland, we will see the returns of it when those young people come back to SAU and are then the scientists who are leading that space. And we then see the transformation that we want to see, where we no longer need to be bringing experts from outside of the country, but we're taking our own people from our communities to work in that space. So, you know, to speak to people, be with the people, and also make sure that we invest in their daily living realities will really assist us in trying to move forward in the work that we're trying to do, and will limit some of the contradictions that we are seeing now evidently in the presentation by ASSAf and the presentation by Sarau. And then one would like to again, perhaps on page 8 of the Sarau presentation, we speak again about financial compensation on page 8 of the Sarau presentation. One would like to understand if this has been widely appreciated by the community members, considering the contradictions that we've already been previewed to during oversight of others not feeling like they were adequately compensated or whatever it may be. So just giving us broader insight into that so that we have a thorough understanding as the committee on where we're standing on that particular matter. So this one speaks to financial compensation for the alternative telecommunication that we're bringing into the area. I also would like to appreciate, I don't know who put the presentation together, but I'd like to, from Sarau, I'd really like to appreciate the images that we're seeing, particularly the one of the farmhouse and the various devices, because I won't lie, when I was going through the ASSAf presentation, I had to apply myself a lot in terms of how that practically looks like. So I think, slide 12 of your presentation, Sarau, really assists with that. And I think the following slides as well with that. And then, of course, we would appreciate a financial breakdown of this whole exercise of bringing forth the alternative telecommunications. And as I said earlier on, even the financial breakdown of the VSATs themselves and like for the individual or for the member of the community, how that then looks like. And then I think this was covered in ASSAf's presentation. It spoke to a private-public partnership on putting the alternative telecommunications, infrastructure, ICT infrastructure up, which company, was awarded this? Was there consideration of making sure that the people who are working on the installation of this various technology are locals, and if we're able to train them? I mean, I think when we went to see HERA, and I think even when we saw the other telescopes, it was very exciting to hear that, some of the labor that was working on all of this is local. And I think that's very important. And I mean, even as we continue, I think on slide 14, we speak about a new tender that was placed in 2021. It would be great for us to look into the Northern Cape TVET College, both of them, rural and urban, and see how we can then tap into, young people who are there, who could be getting work, who could be getting, placed for their work in these various projects that we're doing, in ensuring that, we really, it's science with the people. Yeah, I think, colleagues, I will leave it there for now. If there are any other follow-up questions, we'll deal with them as they come. So I'll hand over to you, DG, and colleagues to respond to the questions, and some of it is comments and suggestions from members. But I'll hand over to you, DG.
Thanks very much, Chair. I will beg for indulgence. I need to run away at about 10:01. So I just want to make a few observations and suggestions on some of the issues that I think as a department we need to put in place, and we will work with the NRF on this. I think this issue of the transparency of information and the transparency of the engagement processes has come in many of the engagements we've had with you. I think together with the NRF and SARAO, we will have to figure out how best to design, I think, a mechanism institutionally that will make sure that these, as you say, different views on issues are properly packaged and properly managed. So I think we will take it upon ourselves, discuss this, and then we are happy to even write to you how we think that's the best way of dealing with this ongoing matter. I will leave, as I say, the technical details, but something too that has also come here is how do we work with other government departments? If I recall, and Rob and the NRF could confirm, is that at the beginning, we actually had a CAB memo, which was tabled to Cabinet to request that those elements of the SKA or the initiatives that touches upon the SKA, we set up structures that we're going to do that. I know in the beginning, especially when we were negotiating things like privileges and immunities and other issues of VAT and monies that get paid when goods come into South Africa, we had set up a structure. So maybe we need to go back to that structure and revive it. Of course, not just for the sake of reviving it, on the need to address some of these interdepartmental, intergovernmental issues. So I think we'll probably again meet as a team and just see where that is, and make sure that all of those issues that interface with other government departments, there's a platform and a forum to address them. And then I wish to take the issue of communication, as you've raised it, Chair. We take it on the chin. We will find a better way in which we can enhance our communication. I can assure you that we've started internally within the DSI, but I think it's probably more than communication, but also how do we have a science engagement program? And I'm glad that the Academy is here with the one of their deputy vice presidents, Dr. Patton, as well as Professor Himmler, to help us again in this discussion. I think we've learned from COVID how best to engage society on issues of science that impact on them. And I think it was done reasonably well. So what can we learn from that? So I think those are the four that I thought at the highest level in terms of this discussion we would pursue. And I think maybe Rob and Professor Himda can look at the technical details and the technical aspect, the finance issues, the issues of how many people actually benefited. So I'm sure Rob would be able to do that, and issues around the actual study and some of the issues raised by Honorable Boshoff. I think I've also addressed Honorable Makesi's issue around setting up an institutional arrangement that then ensures that the provision of other social services as a collaboration with other government departments is done properly. So let me hand over to the CEO of the NRF first, and then maybe Professor Himda Sudia on the ASSAf report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG. I think the issues that I wanted to respond to, you did respond to them, or rather you covered them. And maybe in the main, it's worth just highlighting that we will need to sit down maybe with yourselves or with the colleagues from the DSI to address some of those issues, like the transparency issues and the interface with the government departments, that perhaps we can provide, we can find some synergies of addressing some of the issues together. So I feel like you have covered that very well. I won't add anything in the interest of time. With that said, I will then hand over to Rob to answer the technical issues. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Fulu. Thanks very much. Some of the questions I'll address, and then others which require details that I think are better addressed by Salilo Matlane, particularly since he's been rolling out the technology. He or Adrian can answer those. First of all, just a point of information. The report is not from 2007. The Act is from 2007. The report is from last year. So I'm sorry if I didn't make that completely clear. Chair, regarding the cell phone signals, in fact, except in one small instance, nothing has been switched off yet. The instance I'm referring to was that a particular farmer was affected by one of the cell phone service providers jumping the gun. But if you can't pick up a cell phone signal between Carnarvon and Williston, that's not because anything has been switched off. It never was there. I think that needs to be clearly understood. In terms of the farms and areas actually affected, those are right up near the spiral arms and obviously at the core, which you and the committee visited last week. Regarding the issue of inconsistent messaging, I mean, the point's definitely taken. But just to explain, in some cases, the messaging is not inconsistent. It's just that the message has evolved because circumstances have changed, or the conditions which we thought obtained in the beginning when this started are not what we thought. Let me give you one example. Originally, we had thought that farming and radio astronomy could coexist. We started out on the two farms, Losberg and Maysdam, and then rapidly my predecessor, Dr. Fanarov, realized that actually normal farming practices were not consistent with operating a radio quiet zone. I mean, the farmers could reasonably not be expected to change their practices to such an extent that they wouldn't make an impact. Hence the change. I mean, originally we had thought that that would be possible. We were wrong. And so that particular message definitely did change. I'm sure there are other examples, and I'm sure there are cases, given the fact that we have a large staff complement where one person doesn't say quite the same as another. But if that ever happens, we would appreciate it being pointed out to us. Adrian and Salila, the issue of the number of farmers actually affected? I don't have that number at my fingertips. Possibly you do. And you can take some of the other questions as well after that.
Thanks. I'll attempt to answer some of them, and then also hand over to Salalo as well. You can provide some further details. At this point in time, the number of farms that have been identified, and again, bearing in mind that we are working on an ongoing basis with the GSM service providers, so we're trying to minimize the impact. But the area under regulation is effectively, I think, constitutes something of the order of 400 farm parcels. But in terms of loss of access and deployment of access to telecommunication services, that's very dependent on the outcomes of the optimization, the signal coverage studies that are being undertaken. So it's certainly, we believe, certainly substantially less than that. In respect of the costs that have been asked about in the VSAT, so 300 VSATs have already been deployed. A further 150 are to be deployed under contract. My colleague Salalo has included a link in the chat box that will direct you to the full costing of the current VSAT contract. I believe it starts at something like 300 Rand per month for a uncapped 5 megabit line. And so I'm throwing some technical jargon. And as part of this process and the ongoing process, one of the questions raised was regarding Starlink. And we typically go to the market in respect of deployment of future technology options. And so certainly Starlink is very much like the VSAT installations that we are deploying. And if that's something that could potentially work within the area, we would certainly welcome the opportunity going forward in respect of future procurement opportunities and tender opportunities to deploy. We have had a change, for example, going from the historical 300 VSATs that were deployed to the new 150 VSATs. In fact, it's a change of service provider, and the contract enables farmers to move and farm workers to move from the old contracts to the new contracts with the new service provider. In respect, solution to travelers, that's something that we certainly would look at as part of our ongoing program. I think it's important to recognize that, and I think it has been stated, and the chair, you did mention it, that the cell phone coverage certainly within the towns will remain should remain unaffected, because really what we're trying to protect is the telescope locations themselves. There can be as much signal everywhere else as long as we're able to ensure protection at the SKA telescope locations itself. So working with the service providers, one also needs to recognize that the service providers are investing in GSM infrastructure and cell phone infrastructure. And so there are always opportunities to work together with the service providers to look at how they can deploy signal along transport routes where there hasn't been signal in the past, in a way that doesn't substantially affect or impact the operations and scientific observations undertaken by the telescope at the site. Perhaps, Salalo, would you like to add anything in case I've missed anything?
Thank you very much, Adrian, and then good afternoon to the committee members. I would like to say you have covered most of the questions that were asked. And then in terms of the cost, you are correct. We have sent the link to which identifies the cost. And then in terms of the number of houses affected, so we only affect, as you mentioned, the cellular phone signal next to the telescope. So there are currently around 170 houses which will be affected. So it's really 170 farms. And then some of the farms have houses while others don't have houses. So those that will be affected and they have houses, it will be less than 170. And then you already answered, Adrian, to say we have currently already installed around 300 VSAT installations, which means many people are using those technologies without the SKA or the Astronomy Management Authority changing any signal. Rob did mention that we have not yet changed the signal, but we provide the alternative solutions to protect the future when we need the telescope to be protected. So I think I will stop there, Adrian. Thank you very much.
Is that it from Sarau?
Chair, yes, I think that's unless we've missed something which can be pointed out to us, I think we're done. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Adam, Mr. Matlane, as well as Mr. Tipledy. I hope I'm pronouncing that well. I also think it would be great. I don't know if it would be possible to, because I mean, I did see the link, and thank you very much, Mr. Matlane, for that. I saw the link that indicates the breakdown of the costs, and I think other members would have seen that as well. But I think we will have to have ongoing conversation on this one, because I think it's very important that the committee has a thorough understanding of what exactly we're trying to achieve there. And then I'd like to hand over to colleagues from ASSAf.
Thank you, Chairperson. And wow, it's been a rather interesting and engaging discussion. Thank you for that. Chair, firstly, I just want to apologize to you and the committee for just a very wordy presentation. And I know it would have been nicer to have some pictures to augment what was captured in our presentation. Ideally, it would have been nice for us to have had an interactive presentation between Saroa and us, so that they could have presented why they were wanting the study, and then our recommendations could have come in, and then we could have had their response. That was our idea originally, but when we got the agenda, it seemed as if we were required to present separately. So my apologies. And for those people who know me, realize that I mostly put pictures up and I talk to pictures rather than words. But nonetheless, our task was to present recommendations from the work done. I also want to say that this particular committee had at least 3 engagements with the community representatives in that area. And we also had a researcher who has done work individually, interviewing and capturing some of the other initiatives in the region. But that's what I just wanted to share. And I now hand over to Prof. Petroceni to respond to specific questions with his team. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Francesco.
Thank you very much, Himla. First of all, it is my great pleasure to having heard that Sarao was essentially happy with all the recommendations that our panel made, and also that some of them are already being implemented. Concerning the specific questions, from the notes that I made while the conversation was ongoing, I think that Sarao replied to the main specific question regarding the cost implications and other aspects of the engagement and so on and so forth. So that I don't remember that there being any open issues, but maybe, Chair, if you kindly remind me if there is still some outstanding issue, I would be very happy to answer whatever is needed.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I think from our side, maybe I mean, we're hoping that colleagues have really heard what members had to say, and maybe by not having much to respond to, colleagues are appreciating maybe the recommendations that are being brought forth to members. And the only thing we can hope is that, well, firstly, DG, maybe let me emphasize the importance of that table that I was speaking to, that indicates the contradictions and the synergies of what ASSAf is speaking to and what SARAO is speaking to. And perhaps in that, if SARAO could indicate where they differ with the recommendations of ASSAF's report. I mean, already Dr. Adam has brought into context, you know, what is meant by saying the communication is not, his response is that the communication is evolving. So yes, at the start of it, we may say, you know, farmers or farming and the radio astronomy that's taking place, they can coexist. But later on, you know, we realize that actually it can't. And this may be portrayed to members of the community as being communication that is forever changing, communication that's not consistent, and. So I think for us, what would be important is to understand where these contradictions are. I also want to implore that we use, I think the abbreviation is SATSTA, you know, the South African Agency for Science and Technology Advancement, to, you know, do this awareness, public awareness, appreciation, and, you know, work in communities, you know, as for them to engage on science. And I think, as we're saying that the entity and the department must do all of this work, I keep on thinking about your budget. And this is where it's evident that we really need to have an increased budget for science and innovation. This, of course, does not give us an excuse not to do the work with the limited resources that we have. So with the resources that we have, we must try and do as much as we can. And perhaps I think at a later stage, honorable members, we could agree that maybe this SASTA should come and present to the committee on the work they are doing in terms of you know, outreach and visibility in communities with regards to science and innovation. And you know, DG, this does speak to work that we have asked that the department focuses on and lifts. And then perhaps, I don't know if we would consider just looking at some of the shortcomings or the minor contradictions we're finding in terms of the stakeholder relations with SARAO on the SKA project. Maybe there could be work that is done between SARAO and ASSAf on refining or reviewing SARAO's stakeholder strategies. So we'd like to perhaps propose that. If there are members who feel that they have not been adequately responded to, colleagues are more than welcome to indicate. I see Mr. Gastro's hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to some of the discussion about communication and engagement. Just to be clear that we represent the contents of the report in a constructive way. You know, the SKA has communicated and it has engaged and it has a fairly well-developed apparatus for this. And much of this has been successful. And I think the discussion should capture this. But some of it has not been successful. And I think being able to tell the difference is the key for moving forward constructively. My point is that at the beginning, you know, in the bidding phase and the awarding of the site allocation, everyone was so thrilled and it was so exciting. It's such a truly massive accomplishment for the organization and for the country that it was hard to imagine that there would be any resistance or any negative perceptions of this thing. And it turned out to be more complicated than expected, that the place was not empty. The map, it looks empty, but there are meaningful and complicated communities in that area. It's not an empty map. And the social context was not simple. There's complex political and economic and cultural structures there that maybe caught the institution off guard a bit. And it was not the case that the default position would be positive towards the SKA. So the job of the SKA's communication and engagement team was tough, and they faced some curveballs. And that's why the recommendation is both to reflect on the culture and to gather the evidence, to do the work to improve that. And I think it would be a little bit unfair to pin this kind of stuff on an individual within the SKA. The individuals represent a point of view and a set of assumptions and a culture. And our recommendation was that is one of the areas where the work is needed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gastro, for that. I truly appreciate those sentiments. Colleagues, I think we can close the meeting now. I want to really appreciate all of you for availing yourselves this morning. DG, I think I indicated earlier on that you are in trouble now because members have gone to the Northern Cape. They've seen this SKA, they've seen SALT, and so now the questions will become more technical. Committee meetings of science and innovation will run longer, which for me is really a good thing, because we need to give science and innovation the necessary attention it deserves. Members have expressed their wishes to go and see more of the projects being done by science and innovation. I think there's even some coastal marine work that's being done. And so we really want to, when we advocate for an increased budget for science and innovation, we must be able to really to speak from experience and know exactly what we're talking about and why we are saying we want an increased budget for whatever work is being done by science and innovation. So we really want to thank colleagues from the department, from ASSAf, from Sarau, for your presentations. Critical in all of those colleagues is stakeholder relations, stakeholder engagements, communication, to make sure that we are all on the same page in terms of what we're trying to achieve. Can we just have that particular spread, and then can we also have the breakdowns? I asked about the financial costs of what it's taken us to do the work we're doing in terms of this alternative telecommunications infrastructure that we're putting there. I didn't hear anyone speak to that. Not necessarily how much it costs the individual, but what it costs us when we say that we are taking upon the financial responsibility of putting up the infrastructure. What does that look like? Can we have that in writing, please? I don't think I heard that. When we say that we want, when we ask about whether or not in the installation of these projects, are there locals being considered to do the work? Can we have evidence of that? I don't think we really did justice to that particular question. So there are many questions that I think were not responded to with the detail that we would have appreciated. And maybe if maybe it's coming forth as recommendations, yes, but we also would like to understand what has been done in the past. And so, we will also, through the Secretariat, clearly indicate what has not necessarily been adequately responded to. But I think already we have mentioned the ones that we already can identify have not been adequately responded to. And we would appreciate for those responses to come within the next 7 days. So I'll leave it at that for now. And then on the Decadal Plan, DG, just in closing, it's really important for us to finalize this process. And I think I missed an opportunity to ask when we foresee the Decadal Plan being concluded, the final plan being concluded. I think I missed an opportunity earlier on to ask in relation to that. But you have our continued support in wanting to see it come to fruition. Yeah, let's masebenzen. I think more than anything, we just need to continue doing the great work that we're doing. DJ, I don't know if you would like to say anything in closing, and then we can close the meeting.
Chair, we will come back with the spreadsheet you've asked for. So we'll work on that with the NRF Sarel. And then on the Decadal Plan, we hope that once the plenary has met and everybody accepts the recommendations and the innovation compact, so perhaps let's say August, September, then it will be something that will be published, gazetted, and a guiding document for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DG, for that. And also, please don't forget to share with us some of the key outcomes of the first IMC meeting. We truly appreciate to be privy to some of those resolutions, if there were any that came out of that. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of today's committee meeting. We truly appreciate your time. We must indicate that we won't sit on Friday, as there are many members of the committee who will be on oversight. So in terms of adopting the preliminary report on the SMU Mbati inquiry, we need to have quorum. And there are many members who are on physical oversight with their other committees. So we will have to then move that to the following week. So just an indication to members that we won't be sitting this Friday. And then just a great, huge thank you to all colleagues who availed themselves this morning from all the entities and from the department. It's also so great that when you look at the participants list on the tab on the platform, you know some of these people. We've seen Dr. Nomani, we've seen Adrian. When Adrian took the podium, we knew exactly who we're talking about. We know he's very tall. And those are things that we would not have been able to, sort of appreciate because of the nature of how our work has been with it being virtual. Takalani, we see you on the platform as well. So it's really, really great for us to have been able to interact with members. DG, you're in trouble, because I'm saying this again, because the more of this work we do, the more the committee will be able to, hold yourselves to account more efficiently. Thank you so much, colleagues. Let me not waste more of your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Seleti. Are you not missing us there?
I am.
I'm sure you were so tired after 3 days with us. We are hectic.
No, it was fantastic.
Yeah, no, it really was. It really was.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Take care.
Take care. Takalani, you also miss us, I see.